Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all the things and non-things in between, this is your ever-loving host, D.H. Thorne, and your other ever-loving host,
Flesh Priest.
The Flesh Priest himself. What's going on?
I had the YouTube stream pulled up right there. There was a moment right before it rolled to the intro video where you just saw the two of us chuckle fuck sitting here and me just going like this. So that's great. We've got fucking 5 frames in there for everybody.
Beautiful. Everybody can see our doofy asses preparing. That's because of the way this works. There's probably a way I could do it so it doesn't do that. In fact, I think I'll do that next time. But what's going on? What's going on, everybody? So we don't have a full house yet. We got about we started with about 20 people, but I see that it's fluctuating as it always does when we go live. So do me a favor. Tell your friends that we're live streaming right now if you got people who like to watch. If not, then I'll do that while Flesh Priest says some things and says hi to everybody.
Yeah, you know what? Fucking congratulations to you, because I think when I first came on here to help you out, we got a super chat from Dan R. Thank you very much, dude. We appreciate you. And when I first came on, I think you were sitting at around 2,500 subscribers.
Hell yeah.
And within the year and change I've been on, you've basically doubled that. So obviously it's by my influence. I can't think of anything you've been doing. Definitely not a book released since then, or another one on the way, or classes, or anything like that. It's probably all me.
Honestly, it couldn't have hurt. Actually, maybe it did, though, because I've been throttled and shadow banned quite a bit since you came on. When you first came on, I was crunching around, I don't know. I'm going to say I was pushing well over 200 new subs a month. I peaked at around 260, 270 a month. And a lot of that had to do, of course, with EA Quetting, having me on his channel and doing all that kind of cool shit. And speaking of which, I got to hook up with him again. No, but, having him have me on definitely boosted me in the ratings quite a bit. But then, the election season happened, and 2020, was like a real roller coaster for a lot of people. And because I occasionally talk about...
a little bit.
Yeah, and because I occasionally talk about topics that trigger people, especially Susan Wojcicki, you kind of have your thing throttled a little bit. But I'm also maybe not as interesting as I was, because I've sort of gone on hiatus from doing Demon and Reviews, which is kind of what gets me the most attention. People really love my Demon and Reviews videos.
I don't think you've ever said Susan's name properly, and I think the moment that you do, you will true name her and lift the shadow bans.
Maybe. How are you supposed to say it? I don't even know. Don't even care. Just hate the bitch.
I also want to shout out, we have another super chat from CJ Anger. Says, happy 5,000, brother.
Thank you,
Thank you very much, CJ.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here and being a part of it.
He's really cool in the Discord server, too. He's very active. And,
CJ's fucking dope.
Yeah, we got it. I know he messaged me privately saying something about he wanted to do a thing at some point. I don't know. Whenever you want to, brother. I mean, I'm kind of inaccessible because I'm kind of sick of social media and life in general in public, but I think you're a cool dude, and if you still want to do that, we can definitely set up for that. Just let me know.
Absolutely. He's in my cool kid club too.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's never answering you, then send a message my way and I'll fucking bug him about it.
Oh yeah, make it a video. CM Helnikainen says it has to do with your fleshy nipples that are occasionally flopping around the screen. I agree. I believe that's very likely. Kat Jones says, "Woo, the channel's growing. Keep it up." I love you, Kat. How you doing, sweetie? She's a really good kid. We did a little bit of mentoring for a little while. She's a good girl. Very interesting. She last I checked, she was really getting into the Norse pantheon specifically, and she was trying to get into it. And I hope she doesn't mind me blow up her spot a little bit, but as a person of color, that can be a little bit scary at first in some ways. I don't want to make an issue about that, but because there is a stigma that goes around with that, and anybody who's going to be sincere will say, no, you're welcome to explore that tradition and that path if you're still interested in it, for sure. So don't even worry about it.
Because there's I hate that that pantheon specifically gets a bad rap, because the true practitioners, or the people who I think are cool and legit, They're exactly what you described. There's also a fucking current out there that we won't even get into of people who, yeah, just fuck those people.
I don't like closed systems. I don't believe, don't get me wrong, I believe you should be respectful and all that stuff, but I don't like the idea of a
Absolutely.
closed system. I just don't. I think as a black magician, a left-hand path magician, when somebody says a closed system, I go, really?
Now, I agree with you, but that being said, CJ, fucking C names, man. CM Helnikainen and I just made a secret order exclusive for buy and pan people. So I don't agree with closed orders except for when it's my own, because this pertains really exclusive knowledge which only pertains to that group. So
What the tip of your wiener smells like when it touches butt. No, just kidding.
I smell hypocrite in this room.
No, I mean, quite honestly, your own thing should be a closed system if you want it to be. That's fine, but there is no such thing as a closed tradition. I don't believe in that in the slightest. If you want it secret so bad, then don't tell everybody about it, I guess is the way I would put it.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, so I mean, it's a fascinating subject, and don't forget, I am pretty much entirely well, I shouldn't say that. I'm about 40% German or Germanic. I definitely might have a little bit of Norse in there floating around, but not really according to my DNA. But my uncle does, so that means it's probably in me too. So I give you permission to at least look into the Germanic version of that. You have my personal permission, if that's ever an issue. Just tell them D.H. Thorne says it's fine. My ancestors welcome your ancestors as their blood brothers and sisters. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So there are a lot of judgy people in every community, though, Kat. I'm going to tell you right now, it doesn't matter what community you're in. I will say that of all the communities I've explored, the one that's been the most open, though, has been the left-hand path, satanic, Luciferian one. With some exceptions, it's full of crazies, total, absolute,
There's
cray-cray.
always some nuts in there, but every fucking I don't know, Mars bar, Snickers. I haven't had candy in a while. Every Snickers needs a couple nuts to really satisfy.
Absolutely, and there's definitely anything religious, spiritual, or magical, you're going to have crazy people in it. But the one that's been the least, I guess, maybe because I just stepped in and swang the dick around just right, I didn't get much flack when I joined up and became public. I don't know, maybe I just talked the right lingo, who knows. But there are people, though, who give me a lot of agita, because once in a while I'll say something that's, positive towards a religion they don't like Christianity. And I got this one dude, he's still sending me hate mail like he wants to fight me, saying he's going to come see me soon, sending my wife hate mail. So there's crazy people in every one of these, paths and traditions. So don't let it dissuade you. Find the people who accept you, and you'll be fine. They're out there. People want to welcome people into their traditions, trust me. If they don't, then, you don't need to be in them, quite honestly. So...
It must not be that great if they've got a fucking gatekeep.
Yeah.
And oh my God, people are making me work. Thank you, by the way.
Make them work.
We have 3 super chats. First one from CM Helnikainen says, "It's over 5,000." What? 5,000? There's no way it can be that high. There's no way that can't be right.
That was 9,000. I'm not much of a deep.
Well, you're
DBZ
at 5,000. Yes, originally it's 9,000, but
okay,
you're at
good.
5,000.
All right.
Yeah, we'll do the true DBZ thing when you hit 9K.
When I hit 9,000. Yeah, okay. All right. I just want to make sure, because I'm not good at DBZ. I'm like, my anime is revolves around Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo.
Ooh, I got to get you in that DBZ, man.
I hate it, man. I grew up with it. I hate it. I have no interest in it. You can't get. It was on all the time. I was like, nope.
L, if you're watching this right now or after the fact, we're kidnapping him, and we're gonna we're gonna fucking
the Kamehameha or whatever it's called. I'll be doing on a video.
What's that movie with the fucking the guy and the eyeyes?
Oh, you're talking about Clockwork Orange, maybe?
Thank you. Yes, we're gonna Clockwork Orange you into watching DBZ. Next super chat from Chthonic Tonic says, "Thorne, congrats on double blessings of anniversary and 5K. Quick question, psionics. Looked into it, tinkered with it. Thoughts? Impressions?"
Ooh, that could go a whole bunch of different ways, depending upon what you mean by psionics, only because I think that psionics and magic are pretty much interrelated. Like whatever, depending upon what your definition is, I have to be a little bit more clear, only because I haven't looked into maybe what you call psionics. But if we're talking about things like, mentalism, learning to manipulate your own mind, and use that for various magical purposes, then I would say it's absolutely the focal point of magic done right. If you can read all the incantations and all that stuff that you want, you can do a pretty damn good job of it. But if there's not just feeling, but if you're not adjusting your mental states the right way, then I question. Not that you're going to have success or not, but I really suggest, when I say question, I really suggest that you explore that, because it's a very powerful way to expand your practices. So it really depends on the definition we're talking about. So maybe give examples in a follow-up comment, and then maybe I'll rectify.
Please, Chthonic Tonic, tag me with it if you can, or put it in all caps, at Yepsen, YEPSEN, and want to expand upon that if we can. And last super chat, and it is a fucking, somebody just fucking put their, unzipped and put their dick on the table. Thank you very much. That is extremely generous.
You get the annoying crow for that. Holy crow. Holy crow.
Scarlett Bales says, congrats on 5,000. Hells yeah, brother.
Oh, thank you, Scarlett.
Thank you very much.
So much. I hope the interview went well for you and Nina. Nate and Nina a couple weeks ago. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. So thank you so much.
Yeah, fuck.
For that.
I meant to tune into that, and I fucking completely got sidetracked on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Sundays are like my worst day, because I work Sunday and Monday, and my family's day job, and I'm usually tired because I don't do physical jobs like I used to. So I'm usually just like, oh man. So I don't usually tune into stuff. I'm usually either reading or sleeping or playing a video game, vegging out. Like I should have watched it, but I didn't. But I do recommend everybody check out Nina's channel in particular. She's one of the blue wrenches that's here. She's in the Wrench Club, and she's one of the only ones in the Wrench Club, and we appreciate her help every week. Pretty much she's here every week, making sure that the chat is policed. We haven't had like a bad chat in a while. We've had some pretty good, not a lot of haters lately.
We've had porn bots, but those are always just kind of fun.
Yeah, porn bots don't. Yeah, that's just, they're not haters. They're just there.
That's absolutely fine for me. I got to work a little bit, but it's just entertaining as far as I'm concerned.
But yes, thank you so much, Scarlett. I really appreciate it. I can't say thank you enough. That's a really big, generous donation. So thank you so much. And it'll go towards, getting Fleshy a whole shirt. He likes to wear shirts with no sleeves. He can't afford the sleeves.
Help me afford sleeves, you guys.
So, I just put on the Teespring, not to go right into selling shit, but on the Teespring, I just got a new batch of shirts set up. I have the tank top version of the shirt I'm wearing, and I decided to go against my usual thing. I'm gonna turn the light on so you guys can see it, because I don't know. I don't feel like showing it off, but I do. Because I hate wearing branded shirts, but I figure, fuck it. It fits pretty good.
It's different when it's your own brand, though, or somebody you support.
I suppose. It's just, you know what's weird about wearing a branded shirt?
You feel like a billboard?
I feel like a fucking billboard, honestly. It's that, and it's like, I like my clothing to be, if I could, I can't stand t-shirts and shit, though they're very comfortable, so I wear them. I like, clothing that's got character in its cut and in its physicality, not in patterns that are printed on it. Like, to me, like, that's not interesting. That's like, you just stamped me with something. Like, that's cool, but it's not, I don't know, it seems lazy is what it really feels like. It feels lazy.
No, I get where you're coming from, absolutely, but the way, I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see where people side on this, so let us know in the chat, because I agree with you, but I feel like it's different in that it's, because we don't always have the energy to wear those fancy as fuck cuts all the time. So this is like, if I'm going to walk out and wear a t-shirt, by fucking God, I'm going to wear a t-shirt that, fucking signal boosts somebody who I care about, or puts my own weirdness out into the universe of like, hey, if you were one of the people that recognize this and, like D.H. Thorne or like El the Alchemist or like Become a Living God, like one of those fucking things I wear, then you'll probably like me. Let's have a convo.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, honestly, again, like, I will still generally prefer, I guess maybe I'm just too edgy for my own good, too edgy and hipster for my own good. Just a plain black shirt, man, is a plain black shirt, a vest, a coat, a cloak, something a little bit eclectic and weird, like, sign me up for that pretty much every time. So, but it don't matter. It don't matter. I was going to wear my cloak tonight because everyone's like, why don't you wear, like, cool robes? You know what it was? I found this picture of Klaus Schwab, who I probably just got shadow banned again just for saying his name, who's one of those New World Order elite operative types. But damn, he went to this Lithuanian fucking college or whatever, and they've got like the coolest, cause I guess they just wear like a regular college robe, but then they've got like this really cool, like the professors or whatever, the graduates will wear that, like that cool vest thing over stuff. They got like the coolest like little vest that goes over it, like this little black quilted vest. It just looks so like the movie V. It looks like one of those reptile people. It's almost literally the reptile people from V, and it's like, damn, that looks cool. So I almost wore my vest today, but I was like, nah, you know what? I'm not gonna wear it. I'm just gonna be like a heavy metal, looking dude tonight,
Sure.
Which seems to be a pretty good hit.
So that's just your entire existence, just D.H. Thorne, slow, heavy metal music playing.
Pretty much. That's
like anybody who knows this fucking album, just Earth 2 over his entire being.
I'll have to look that up. Send me a link. Remind me later.
Okay. Yeah, I'll post it in the server.
Because slow metal is more like, I like melodic metal or Slayer South of Heaven. Like and I like really melodic metal or metal that's got like that kind of a, vibe to it. And slow metal tends to have that vibe to it more. So I tend to get off on that. My favorite part of heavy metal are the slow intros to most of the songs. You know what I'm saying, though?
If you could cut just the intros to metal and release it as an album, fucking everybody, the normies who don't like metal, would fucking just cream over it.
Like, to give you a good example of a song that's like that, Orion by Metallica. Now, I'm not a big fan of Metallica anymore, but Orion, oh my God, I could listen to that all day sometimes. I love that song.
I tried, my little teenage heart tried so hard to get my band director to include that in our fucking show. Guess how successful I was? Not.
About zero?
Yeah,
hard
about
zero?
Zero. He respectfully listened to the end before telling me there's no way in hell.
Which is sad because Orion's pretty tame. It's just a good song. But it's got a lot of changeovers. Like, it's got a lot of tempo changes and shit. So
that's why I thought he would like it.
So Wyatt's saying do black hoodies. I will do hoodies, but they got the stupid pockets. And the other problem is the artwork all died on my old computer, so I'd have to redo all the artwork, unfortunately, or because they want high-res versions of it, so a lot of the artwork I'd have to redo, and I'm being lazy right now because I'm still trying to get all my shit back together. I'm still busy writing. The old book I was going to release for free is mostly scrapped, and so that's part of the reason why nothing's come out, because that got more or less deleted when my computer took a shit. And the edits that I had weren't complete enough, so I started rewriting them. So now it's like it's going on 70,000 words, and it's like, fuck, I don't know what to do. So it's still some time out. I'm still gonna. You know what the part of the problem is? I want to start writing fiction, and as soon as I start writing fiction, I burn out on that too. So honestly, I think I need a week in a cabin somewhere, a month in a cabin somewhere, where it's just me and a crackling fire and maybe like a nice, like pot farm in the back. just get.
Oh yeah, if that doesn't get the fucking juices flowing, then well, yeah, I could still think up a couple other things, but that's a really good start.
So what are you gonna do? So, but writing is my thing. I write too much, and I think. So today, I sort of tested one of the things that I was writing in the Discord server. I wrote it into the non-duality channel, and it wasn't actually a major theme of the book. It was just like a very slight tangent that I was going on in the book to try to elaborate on the illusory nature of time, space, and reality that you exist in, and that this illusion is a major reason why magic is even possible. It's kind of like going way too far around the mulberry bush to get to the point. So I'm not likely going to keep it in the book. But everybody was turned on by the conversation, though. We had like Worgen, even CM Helnikainen, he was chatting it up. And you know, it's actually more, so here's the thing. Certain things are best done with a teacher, not a book. Because a book, I have to try to anticipate all of your maybe skepticisms or your resistances or even your agreements, really.
You have to get ahead of the crowd, whereas there's an active give and take when you actually have a active audience.
Exactly, and I can pretty much tailor my conversation to the person when there's an interactive audience. So, you know, I put this post talking about the dimensionality of space, and you know, of course, that's a hit for people who've got big brains, you know, like people who aren't, you know, smooth brains, but they're galaxy brains. They get off on these conversations. So, of course, my fans are interested in this stuff. But as I said to them, releasing a book with this, even this 4-paragraph statement in it, a lot of people are just going to be like, whoosh, and, you know, R-whoosh, as they say. A lot of people are going to R-whoosh that shit, and they're not going to really get the deeper connotation. I'm going to have to, like, explain it to them endlessly. It works better when you have, so even people who are responding to that required a back and forth conversation for them to maybe see a deeper thing that maybe they saw, but maybe they never thought of before, or just extra little features of it that are really important. So that's one of the difficulties of writing a good book is anticipating your audience and what they expect. And also, to be honest, I have to have more faith, I suppose, in who my audience is. You know, I mean, when I look out into the general public, I question whether some people are going to be interested in some of the things that I say. I mean, they're going to be interested, but are they going to get it? And I know it sounds really, you know, arrogant, I suppose. But these are things that, like, you know, when I tell them to people don't get it. So I have to, like, explain it over, like, in like I have to walk them through it. And I realize, like, wow, either my writing about this sucks or it is hard to really communicate through writing. And I realized that while writing, I am kind of going off on tangents because you kind of have to, you know, like if you make a statement, sometimes you got to back it up with an example or evidence or an allegory or something, rather than just saying, you know, space isn't real. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean when you say space isn't real? When you say space is illusory in some capacity, that it's not entirely physically real the way you think it is, certainly not the way it is measured. So what do you mean by that? And then you would think that you could just say a few things. You can't, you know, like you're talking about pages of allegory and explanation for something that to you is a simple thought, but you have to decouple your reader's expectations from their reality so much. You can only do that when you've got them in your clutches, so to speak, when you can actually talk to them directly. So it's a challenge to write stuff like that. And then I have to ask myself, is it necessary? Do people have to understand the quantum physics of the situation to understand the rudimentary meaning behind it? And probably not. So there's always this, and to be fair, I don't understand the quantum physics. I'm not a mathematician. But how do you go there? How do you get people to see these things? You know, and this is why I think, you know, there aren't a lot of ancient books going into heavy detail about some of the things that I'm describing, but there are lots of teachings about them. Because when you arrive at certain conclusions based on your experiences, it's not hard to figure these things out for yourself, but it is hard to communicate them, especially in writing. So enough about the book stuff, but yeah, it's a pain.
And I wanna say something on that note real quick, but we did get a follow-up response from Chthonic Tonic that I want to jump into immediately after. Yep. Is that I think on a certain level you have to have, I don't know, I'm not an author, but I imagine you really want everybody to understand everything as much as possible to get everything that you're drawing from and really fucking understand where your mind is coming from. But I think you're never going to 100% do that. You have to have some measure of bravery to put things in that some people are just, they either won't get the first time through, or they may just never completely see it
True.
your way. You got to be brave enough to throw that in and just know I did the best I could.
That's true. No, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. Part of the problem with having the kind of ADHD I have is you get perfectionistic about shit. And, that makes you,
Perfectionism is the number one enemy of art.
it is. And so, the worst thing you can do is go back through your book and be like, oh, I should have wrote it this way, and then do that. Which is what I'm doing again. So, I mean, I'm gonna retool and you know why Become the Maelstrom worked? Even though I read it now and I go, what a sloppy piece of shit. Look at that. Almost every paragraph's got something wrong with it. Is I just did it. And I just did it, and I edited it like once really. I did like one hard edit pass, and then I did some minor rewriting. I spend too much time trying to be a perfectionist with these books. So I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should just undo half the shit that I wrote today and just cut to the next chapters. But we're almost at the part where I can like work on the finishing chapters, and like the last, we'll say the part 3 of the book, we'll say.
Okay.
And so there's a good chance it'll be done in time for Christmas. Very good chance, I'd say. Oh, and other good news. Amazon does do hardcovers now, but they don't do cloth bound. They only do like textbook style, which is kind of a to me. I like cloth bound, but
textbook style. Are you talking about like the cardboard, like the thick cardboard? That's.
I think it's like a thick cardboard. So in other words, like a cloth bound would be like an E.A. Quetting type of book.
Okay.
I don't know if I have. Yeah, I don't have one that's handy. I have them all in my. Yeah, I don't have one out here. But that would be, like a Become a Living God. I think maybe you got one there.
You're talking about something like this, right?
Yeah, more like that. That's what I want to do. I think that's cloth bound, right? That's like.
I mean, it feels clothy. Yeah. Also, thank you for the book recommendation, Dr. Eddie.
So that's sort of what I'd like to be putting out, but they only, as far as I understand, have. It's probably just like that, except instead of a textured cover, it's got a printed cover. So.
I mean, hey, a hardcover is still
a hardcover.
Yeah, because that's the thing I told you is like, if I'm getting a book written by my buddy, I don't want it in, like, I got the paperback because that's what is available, but I want fucking hardcover because I want to be able to have that forever because I'm fucking proud of you and I'm proud of that, and I want to be able to pass that off to my children who I will never have if I so desire.
I think if I do a hardcover for anything, it'll probably start with Shadownomicon and this next book I'm putting out. And Become the Maelstrom needs a rewrite or a re-edit, or I might just retire it and make this new book my new flagship. Because it really is much more useful, I think, to me anyway. It's way more... Become the Maelstrom was almost like my love letter and my attempt to say what I know. Like, I wanted to try to, there's a lot of books that don't tell you the basic stuff. And to be as honest as I can be with you, what I put into that book was honestly just the beginner explanation for a lot of deeper things. We're talking about meditation. There's so many different methods and modalities of meditation that there is no word meditation that means anything. In fact, the word meditation is kind of bullshit, simply because there is nothing that means. There's nothing that refers to. Meditation is,
it's like I was saying last week of everybody needs a 101 book because everybody is going to bring a certain amount of nuance and different perspective to things where you need to understand everybody's 101 to then expand upon that. Where, yeah, I get what you're saying, where, become the Maelstrom. Speaking tonight, man, I tell you. Become the Maelstrom is to just say it's a 101 is maybe a little bit disingenuous, but it is the 101 in that sense of you're establishing things and you can't get too deep into it. As you've said before, it's your player's handbook that you then expand upon. So I think it did incredibly well at that.
I mean, I still recommend it to people who are starting out. I think the problem is that since I have what's the word I'm looking for?
explored deeper, expanded?
Yeah, since I have more or less reconfigured my understanding of things to be a little bit more cerebrally correct, Become the Maelstrom was like me taking a whole wad of what I knew and throwing it at the wall and seeing what stuck. It's like, I know how to do this, I know how to do that, I know, how to meditate, I know how to do card readings, I have a pretty good idea of what gazing is, but my fundamental wasn't there as solid as it could be, if that makes sense. The most important book in that book, Foundations, not Foundations, whatever I called it, maybe it was Foundation. The first book of that book, still has some solid shit in it. Don't get me wrong. The first non-duality is still pretty good. The chapter on limitations is very good and important.
You called it Foundation.
I did call it Foundation. Okay, makes sense because that's what I was thinking. That's all still really good stuff. But say the Trinity of Self, still valid. But my view on that has changed so much. You notice I don't use it as a symbol as often as I used to. It's still a valid symbol. It's that's no longer like the centerpiece of my mentality. And things change, as they should. And it can still be the center of your working and all of that stuff. It still has just the same meaning as it had before. But, I'll let's see if I have it right here. I can read it.
Sure. Yeah, this symbol is like your pinhead, where it's like, guys, I'm really trying to call it Hell Priest. It's about something different. Okay, you all know it as Pinhead. That's fine, but it's about more than that now.
Right. It started as that. So the Trinity of Self was, I have since I was a little kid doing magic originally. I began doing magic with this principle of reality being a tripartite illusion. Okay, a holistic thing, and I always used a triangle symbol as my everything. Even when I would make a circle, I put a triangle in it. To me, it was the most magical symbol that I knew. I liked it better than pentagrams. I liked it better than yin yangs. I liked it better than anything else I can imagine. Something about a triangle, especially one with the point down, just seems really, alien, spooky, Lovecraft, weird. It just feels like a gateway to another world to me. It just
enter the void.
Yes, exactly. Like when you see that movie and you see that symbol in the and you're like, oh, something about that just speaks to me. Like I'm the guy, if I see that on a wall, I'm walking right towards it, hoping it goes to another universe. I'll put it that way. So that has always been with me, and in one version or another. And then there was this book, The 21 Lessons of Merlin, which is total bullshit, but it's got some good symbolism in it. And it had the dragon's eye, which was a triangle, not unlike the one that I use, the simplistic Trinity of Self, that some of the ones that I have. Yes, that's a very nice example of a dragon's eye. And that stuck with me. And then I've tried to figure out, well, what is so important about a triangle to me? Why is that so important? Well, it's got a holistic element to it. Holistic meaning mind, body, and soul. So, okay, what does that actually mean, mind, body, and soul? It kind of means a tripartite being, right? You have a quinpartite being, like you have the Egyptian version where you've got the Ba and the Ka and all these different parts. And you have like the tripartite being, which is the holistic mind, body, spirit, or mind, body, soul entity. And I realized that if the self and the all are one, then that means the universe is a tripartite. When I say tripartite, it doesn't mean that it's separated in three parts. I mean, it's got three expressions. And it's got a mind, it's got a body, and it's got a spirituality section. The mind is the part which observes. No, I shouldn't say observes, it's the attention. So the mind is the attention of the universe. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. The Trinity of Self is still valid, but I might have to rewrite what it means if I was going to do Become the Maelstrom too. The mind is the aperture of consciousness. It is the thing which focuses consciousness into a limited mortal experience that looks over here and over there, but not everywhere at once. So, just like when you're looking around you in your everyday mundane reality, your eyes focus here and there and look at specific things, not at the whole scene at once. And if you look at the whole scene at once, you see a lot more, but you lose a lot of detail, right? And that is a perfect analogy for what cosmic consciousness does when it becomes you. So cosmic consciousness is this emptiness, this experienceless awareness. Like when you go to sleep at night and you're in your deepest state of sleep, you return to that oblivion state, which is peaceful, it's blissful, you look forward to it. There's nothing to fear. When you die, it might be the first thing you experience for a while.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to fear from it, okay? And then you have a dream, and then you wake up. And sometimes when you go to sleep, you have a dream first. I don't know if you've ever had a dream falling asleep. I've had dreams falling asleep, which were pretty cool. So sometimes you go through the process backwards. But anyway, the mind is that thing which, it's not the ego, but it's the thing that makes the ego possible. So the mind is the encapsulation of your consciousness so that you specifically focus and not identify, but focus on, with your attention on a specific stimulus. So like if I flick the tip of my finger, I can focus on that feeling to mostly the exclusion of everything else unless it hurts, right? So unless like somebody comes and shoots me in the leg, I'm pretty much only focusing on the tip of my finger right now. I'm only feeling that mostly. Or I can expand my awareness to my whole body and feel pretty much everything that's feelable at the same time, or just a little part of it. So that's what the mind does. The mind picks out patterns in the chaos to focus its attention on, to focus the attention of consciousness, which is also chaos at the same time. So spirit are all of the egregoric things. Spirit is the egregore of the totality of reality. So that'd be the multiverse itself. That would be, so the egregore is the story. It's all of the feelings and the visions and the thoughts that pretty much define a thing. So, what is it? So Flesh Priest, who are you without the legend of Flesh Priest to go with it? Like your body is pointless without a legend, right? You need a legend to go with the thing.
Well, luckily I've constructed a couple fallback legends, and after Flesh Priest, there is Jefferson Steelflex.
Dude, can we go with that from now on? You're now Jefferson Steelflex as of today. You're also Desmond Tutu. You're also Desmond Tutu as of today too.
Where the fuck did the Tutu come? I'm sorry, finish your thought. I fucking went off on joke territory, but
that's okay.
After your thought is finished, we have a super chat.
Let's do the super first because I want to rant for a little bit. So let's do the super.
Well, we've also got the follow-up from Chthonic Tonic.
Right. So let's do the super. I'll rant, then we'll do the follow-up with Chthonic.
Okay, cool. Game plan. So Behemoth X hits us with another fucking unzipping super chat.
Behemoth!
Thank you, dude. He says, congratulations on 5,000 subs. Well deserved. Great job, DH. You as well, Fleshy. Respect, my friends.
Thank you so much, man. Behemoth is one of my favorites. Absolute I've said this a million times. You're going to hear me gush again. When it comes to people doing videos on YouTube as occultists.
Gold standard,
platinum standard. Maybe I'm a gold standard. Behemoth is a platinum standard. I love, and I don't get a chance to watch enough of his videos, but he doesn't post as much as he used to. I think he posts like once a month now, which is probably for the best because they're really high quality. His setup is ridiculous. His work is amazing. His heart is pure. If we say he's humble, we don't mean humble as in like humiliated humble. We mean he's open and he listens, and his work is sublime, and he's one of the best.
And he's not fucking afraid to, allow the light of this is who I am human, and these are all my flaws, and this is all my glory.
Mm-hmm. My dream is one day to have that dulcet tone motherfucker on this fucking channel.
Fuck yes.
Speaking with that beautiful voice that he has that I'm envious of. So one of these days we got to get him on a live stream. I don't know how to make that happen. I know he's willing, but we just got to connect. Him and EA really, like they're my inspirations. Right
after El the Alchemist and I fucking I keep wanting to say Eyes Wide Shut. Clockwork Orange. After we Clockwork Orange you, we'll have to go and Clockwork Behemoth X. We will. We'll have to clockwork like right onto the show. Thank you for your super chat, but we are plotting against you at this current moment. We are absolutely plotting. And he deserves, he's not doing it for money. The guy, you can say what you want about me and EA. We work for our money, right? When I say that, we do this. This is one of our big things that we do as a career. Behemoth's got a successful career, doing what he does with heavy metal bands that, like, holy shit, like he gets them to freaking promo his fucking, his fucking shit.
he doesn't need to do this for the money. He does this for the love of it, and you can tell he pours a lot of love into it. He's a true blue, you know, and he's watched this channel evolve. And anyway, Behemoth, we love you, brother. I got to stop gushing. Behemoth is one of my favorites. You don't hear me do that much. Everyone's like, Thorne's so arrogant and egotistical. Yeah, but you know what? When I admire somebody, I admire somebody. Like,
yeah,
period.
You're not afraid to stroke yourself off, but you're also the type of guy to offer a reach around to somebody who deserves it. Fuck yeah.
I'll even give you the right hand if I like you.
I may be a left-hand path motherfucker, but you're getting the old dominant tonight.
Nice. Well done.
Well, I don't know if that's a good segue back into your thoughts, but
I think it is, because we're talking about handedness. So spirituality is the egregore, and the egregore is basically all of the legend that goes with your identity. So it's your name, it's the places you've been, it's the things you've done, it's all of the symbols themselves. Okay, so it's not just the stories and how they fit together, but it's the symbols of the stories. So that's the spirit. Okay, and the body is the experiential. The body is the you know, the firmness of this piece of garnet, the taste of this mixture of soda and whiskey, you know, the way that this book sounds when I thump it onto my hand. That's the body. And when we experience the body without the spirit involved, it's just noise. It doesn't have any meaning. It's just substance without form. The spirit is form without substance. And the misinterpretation of this is to think that they're separate things. The reality is that's just separate ways of looking at it, but they are both one thing. So the substance and the form go together perfectly. You can't have the one, you can't know the one without the other, is what I'm saying. You can't know, you know, what your name is without knowing what sound feels and sounds like. So all of these things fit together. This is why I said in that one video talking about scrying, I think it was, I forget which one it was, but you have to stop thinking of there being a material world and an astral world as if they're two separate things. What they really are is, as I've said in that one stream we did, put your hand like right in front of your face, like you're blocking a you know, one of those three Stooges, you know, eyeball strikes. Okay.
Why, yada.
Now imagine you wrote on the back of your hand astral and material on the palm of your hand. If you look to the left, you see what? You see the word astral, and you go, oh, that's the astral world. I'm seeing the astral world. When you look to the right, you see the material world. That's the material world. They're separate. I see them differently. But the reality is they're opposite sides of the same hand, the same coin, the same substance. They're just a different way of seeing the same thing. And this is where we get into trouble, because we think that there is a heaven, a hell, and an underworld. And no. That's just, some people would say vibrations. I don't like that because it's a little too materialistic sounding, but it's fine. If that's your stepping stone to getting it, that's fine. They're vibrations, they're layers, but they're the same thing, you know. And that's a difficult step for some people to take, because it really helps validate the illusion when they get to think that there's a soul that is separate from the body, that because when they feel like, well, when my body dies, there better be a soul to catch me, is basically literally what their ego is saying. Their ego is just a habit, it's not a thing. But their egoistic habit is to think, well, when my body dies, there better be a soul like a catcher's mitt to catch my identity, because holy shit, if the body dies and there's nothing else, then that means everything that matters to me is going to go away. The reality is everything that you think that you are is a spiritual form that is non-local. It doesn't actually have a physical locality. It doesn't really exist in time or space. It is an idea, okay? And that exists in a atemporal place, okay? Those things are always there. So your identity is never going to go away. The question is, will you be able to interact with the world that you remember when you die? Chances are probably not, because most of you will not leave enough of a legacy that you will exist in the collective conscious enough for you to use that identity as a way to infiltrate and interact with the world. So someone who's a literal nobody, no offense, because there's nothing wrong with that, If you're a literal nobody, then your ghost is going to be an unnamed entity, and it's not going to really have much to do with the world, and you're probably going to get bored with it and move on quickly. But if you're someone who has left a legacy, then you have an option. You can interact with the world through that legacy, through that collective conscious egregore. You can still interact with the world, because egregores require, anybody who knows anything about egregores, they absolutely require attention. Otherwise, they fade away. And if they don't get that attention, egregores are notorious for getting that attention. They'll do shit to get your attention. So what happens is, let's say someone dies and there's no one to give a shit about them. There's a really good chance that for a little while, they are going to try to draw attention to themselves. The misunderstanding is to think that they cause poltergeists, so that they knock stuff over. The reality is stuff gets knocked over, and then the spirit draws your attention to the thing getting knocked over and says, that was me. You go, that was spooky. That's what's actually happening. Okay, the thing was always going to fall over. The spirit doesn't cause that. The spirit causes the attention to shift to that happening and associate it with that. That's my belief. That's my understanding of it. That's not to say that nothing supernatural ever happens. It's just that that's my understanding of it. So your death, when you pass and you don't have this powerful egregore to live in, well, then you've got a million other options. So it's important to understand that all of this is so deeply interconnected, because even the material is an illusion. The physical sensations you have are illusory too. They all point to an enigmatic, unknowable thing that lies behind everything, that's invisible, intangible, enigmatic, has absolutely no physicality and nothing to do with it. Nothing. So we've talked about it before. I'm gonna go to a couple of things. First thing I want to say, Behemoth X says, for the record, I don't do videos for bands anymore. Oh, you haven't? I've been asked though. Strictly rituals, really? And I do well. Very busy, but all my videos are not I guess he means
non-monetized.
Yeah, monetized. So no money there. Honestly, monetization doesn't do much. I did it because YouTube said that they're going to force it on everybody. And I do see that on some people say that they don't monetize, they still get ads. But not everybody. For some reason, I guess maybe if my content was more objectable. There's times I don't put ads on it and it still pops an ad up. So I have it turned on because I figure if YouTube's going to get paid, I might as well get paid too. The thing is, I might make $1 a month, maybe $3 a month, $4 a month on a really good video. Okay. And that doesn't add up because it only happens for the views. So when a video is evergreen, I get some good stuff for it. Most of the time it's not. So I get $3 or $4, probably a total of like $5 or $6 a month from the monetization. There's no point to it. It's just to get around the bullshit.
You know what I ought to do is put together a fucking DH Thorne sleeping playlist for like, hey, if you want to support the channel and all you got is free time, just put this on your phone or something while you're going to bed, and he can rake up some ad revenue in the background while you sleep.
You just did a cool. That's the energy we need in this world right now. We need that energy in everything, you know. Just ways around all of the bullshit. That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah. Oh, and hey, before I forget, we had a super chat from Jay Sauber. Thank you for your patience, and as always, thank you for your continued support. You are fucking awesome, dude.
Jay Sauber, I don't know if he just likes to tithe, but he is a big supporter of this channel, and he's always looking for rituals to do, and you know what I often do? And I do this out of respect, Jay, brother. Try to understand, I'm not running you off. I am always of the mind, like, I would rather show you how. You know, I would sincerely want to give you, because I know you can, and I know you have the capability. I know you'd asked me for something recently, and I don't know if I responded yes or no. I think we talked about maybe doing it, but I think my intention was try to get you to do it yourself. And I mean that with love and respect, not force, not, you know, if you sincerely don't feel confident or you just want to support me and you're looking for an excuse, I appreciate that too. So let me know if you still need me to do that ritual with you.
Love you enough to teach you how to fish.
Yeah.
Rather than catch it for you.
I mean, anybody who's tried to come to me for rituals lately, 2/3 of the people get turned down or told they got to do it themselves. And the one handful of people that I do it for, it's only because I feel called to do it. It's literally that's it. That doesn't even mean you're going to get a result. It's because I feel like you need to see the ritual happen, because either you can't, I know you can't, or whatever. I can't tell you. There is no reason. It's because I feel it. And I went from charging a whole lot to I don't charge as much. So it's not even because I couldn't get anybody. I was getting people quite often. I just hate it. Like, I hate doing, like, I don't mind helping people with their problems. I hate customer service. I hate feeling like I am serving you like you're a customer. And I hate when people put money on a table and then feel like they own your time. I hate that shit so much. Unless it's like a tip situation like this, when people are giving me super chats, I don't mind because you drop some money and you're asking me a question and I can help you with those things. But when you're like, you know, Thorne, I got an ex that I need back, and it's like, go to a psychiatrist, please. Like, I can't help you with this. You know, that's a different story. You know, that's a completely different story. Yeah, that's true. CM Hill says I should read my books and upload the audio. If I did that, though, I'd want to put them as audiobooks. I'd probably want to do it that way. So, if I did that, because, you know, I got to make, and Jackass is here. Jackass! Hey, I'm awake. It's 5 a.m. Man, you northern people, you over there in Europe, you northern Europeans, in your different time zones and shit. Good morning, Jackass. If there's any way we can wake you up and make it more exciting. Listen, I'm going to drink a little bit more of this whiskey drink. You read the thing from Chthonic Tonic, because I feel bad he's been waiting.
Yeah, he's been waiting very patiently. So
my ADHD is kicking in bad, so I gotta.
So I'm going to reread his original super chat and then the follow up that he posted with it.
All right, cool.
Originally, Chthonic Tonic said, Thorne, congrats on double blessings of anniversary and 5K. Quick question: psionics. Looked into it, tinkered with it. Thoughts, impressions? Like mental constructs, either on their own in environment or imbued to objects, remote viewing, psychometry, energy work related to mental aspects like emotions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's all of that stuff in some form, pretty much, I dabble or have done a lot in, because you're basically talking about thought forms and servitors and egregores. When you're talking about creating those things that are in your mind's eye and you're using them to do things. So that would be basically what's called a servitor or a thought form for a lot of people. When you're talking about that energy stuff, that's the vampirism stuff to a large degree. Visualization of energy going into and out of objects to charge them. Whether there's actually energy going from you to the object or not is more a matter of personal choice to believe one way or the other. Personally, I believe that the energy is always within you. So if I charge this crystal with energy, what's actually happening is I'm charging my ideation of the crystal. The crystal itself doesn't take on anything. The crystal is just a fucking rock, guys. It's just some silica. But, you know, granted, it's got piezoelastic qualities to it. But if I charge that crystal with energy, what I'm really doing is, in my own field of belief and energy and resonance, that rock is charged, that it's charged for me personally. Now, does that mean that I can hand that rock to a sensitive person and they'll pick up on it? Yes, it does. But if they just see that rock laying on the ground, they probably won't pick up on it. I got news for you, and this is a thing that's been tested many times. This is why I tell you guys, stop treating magic like science or technology, where there should be a way to test for it with the scientific method, because you're going to fail pretty much every time. And that doesn't mean that there's some people who can and everybody else is a fraud. That's a very convenient, you know, way for charlatans to trick you when they make you think that.
Yeah, you're trying to play somebody else's game, and they're going to beat you with experience every fucking time. And so this is exactly, and the charlatans will make those arguments that, oh, you're just a muggle, that's why, you know. And then if you ask them to go prove it to people who can test it, they never will. Gee, I wonder why. Oh, because it's sacred. I would never do that. You're telling me out of 7 billion people on the planet, even if only 0.1% of them are capable of this, that not a single one of them has ever said, fuck it, I'm going to prove it to the world because reasons? No one has ever done that? You're telling... No, okay, come on. So Max Avery has a super chat, which I'll get to at the end of this thought, but he has a comment about what you were saying of, you know, if that magic imbued rock was just sitting on the ground, nobody would recognize it. Max says, what if it's a crack rock?
That's true. Yeah, then everybody would be drawn to it. I'm not saying nobody. I'm saying that it would be a very low probability that anyone would detect anything, and there's a reason for that. And that's because the energy people are detecting are what's being communicated. So if I charge this crystal with anything, yeah, solar plexus, energy, but I'm communicating energy to this crystal through my throat chakra, really, in a way. That's one way to think of it, is that's really the communication element. So what it really means is, if someone does detect that energy, they're really detecting it in my energy. They're really detecting my energy that has somehow, they are empathically aware or somehow other way aware that I have done that, in my opinion. Again, it's all just my opinion. You might have a different experience. But yeah, again,
in your view, it's you are the necessary factor to complete the circuit between the item and the other person.
I believe so. And we are all the same divinity. We are all the same God, experiencing the same illusion from multiple perspectives. So there's an objective quality to the illusion, but it's ultimately a subjective reality for the dreamer, for God itself. And God is always present in the individual in an atemporal way. So, Flesh Priest, you're the same God that I am. It's just that you forgot that you're me and I forgot that I'm you. So, realistically, yes, you could be aware of everything I've ever done if things were working the way they could work. But you've chosen and I've chosen to be ignorant of each other's divinity to a large degree. So we really only have to, we'll say, consensually agree to notify each other, we'll say, of things like that. But ultimately, the idea that you charge an object with energy, and it's literal energy like electricity, but it's just something that science can't detect. I mean, there's too many qualifying things. It's too many assumptions here that makes it obviously a little off. Like you're telling me that there's an energy that science can't detect, but you can feel that does it and still interacts. I mean, there's a saying by Alan Watts: all perfectly well-behaved ghosts pass right through walls without touching anything. So meaning this spiritual energy should theoretically not interact at all with anything. It should be like dark matter, in a manner of speaking. Maybe it is dark matter. Maybe I'm going to stand correct. Maybe you're charging things with dark matter. Hey, maybe.
Sure.
But then you should be able to detect the increase in gravitation or something. That's the only way it interacts, is with gravity. So you see what I'm saying? This is why I have a little trouble with people who try to quantize and scientize magical ideas. Okay. We need to cautiously and enthusiastically at the same time accept that the imaginary things that we're doing are valid, even if they're just imaginary, because spiritually that's valid. So most people who are legitimate practitioners of magic or sorcery or whatever they want to call it, they don't think Harry Potter is real. They don't think that it's very likely or even probable that you can levitate objects with just the power of your mind. And if they do think it's possible, they accept that it's probably not possible, right? So it's like they're more like, hey, I want to find out, rather than I know it's possible, I've seen somebody do it. They recognize that magic exists in a place that is off the physicality. They recognize that it's internal, I guess is what I'm getting at. They recognize it's an internal thing. And that its influence on the external is less direct. So I'm stumbling over words because there's no words for what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it's deadly serious. It's there. It'll change your life. But if you're expecting it to be like Harry Potter, where you say something in Latin and something levitates in the air and catches on fire, no.
Like, there's not a singular proper order of magic words to achieve this at all.
But that's also not likely to be how it works at all. That doesn't mean that weird shit is impossible. I've seen plenty of things that challenge my skepticality. Is that the right word? My skepticality?
It sounds right.
It's a good sounding word. It's a George Bush word. It might as well be a real word.
Fucking words are made up anyways. Fuck it. Yeah. It's a new word. It's proper.
So there's plenty of things that challenge my skepticalness that I've experienced that I can't explain. I hesitate to say that they were something unexplainable, but it's possible. I accept that it's possible. because we don't know everything. There's always something that maybe would make it possible for weird shit to happen. Maybe it's something to do with quantum entanglement. Maybe it's blah 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 blah. All the pseudo stuff. Maybe. We'll always leave maybe out there. But I'm skeptical, not of the potential, we'll say, not of the reality, but of the specifics, the superstitious, the supernatural superstitious specifics. You know, when someone says, I did this ritual, like we did the light as a feather, stiff as a board, and the girl flew up and hit the ceiling, I go, I wasn't there, so I can't say it didn't happen, but, you know, picture it didn't happen, you know? Yeah, one of those kinds of things.
I think Freddy Krueger is the opposite of light as a feather, stiff as a board, because it was the first movie, right? The first Nightmare on Elm Street, where it just fucking body slams into the bed and just
I don't
fountain
remember.
of blood.
You know, I've never seen a single one of those movies. I saw Freddy versus Jason. I never saw any of the actual. I really should watch one of those. Maybe for a movie night coming up, we should do that. But I want to see our next Discord movie night. I want to watch Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Oh, if that's one of those ones where anybody who likes horror movies owes it to themselves to see Tucker and Dale versus Evil, because it's one of those movies like what's Last House on the Left, Cabin in the Woods. What am I thinking of?
I don't know, because I can't really say that it was like many movies to me. Like that, it was a little tongue in cheek. It made fun of the genre a lot. It was a dark comedy.
It was one of those movies that was made for people who are absorbed in the genre, where to get the most out of it, you really have to know all the tropes.
Scream, maybe?
Not Scream. It's the one, Cabin in the Woods. It's the one where there's movie producers, you know, releasing the monsters and everything for these 5 people who are tropes in a cabin in the woods. I can't believe I can't think of the name right now, but
that's all right.
I can feel people screaming at me.
Probably.
Like, you fucking idiot, this is the name.
Let's put it on the soft agenda board for not this weekend, because we've all got weird shit going on. Maybe next weekend, either Friday or Saturday, we'll do a movie night and we'll make it Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I don't know what night would be better, Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, this is the soft announcement. Stay tuned for the next live stream and we'll have better.
We'll do a hard announcement, yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it this weekend, but you couldn't do anything Friday, and Saturday I think I want to finish that damn Aliens game so I can get it off my board.
Yeah.
So it's a good game, but I'm done now. Like, I want to finish it and be done.
Shout out to Michelle if you're watching. Gonna hang out with you this Friday.
Oh, Michelle! You'll have to meet us. You probably will hate us, but you'll have to meet us.
She would have fucking words for you, sir.
What, good ones or bad ones?
You know,
ooh, I don't like the sound of that.
Column B.
Ew, I don't like the sound of that.
She's good people.
Is she the one who said that she liked some of my content but hated the rest of it?
That sounds like something that she would say.
No, I don't like to talk to people who argue with me or disagree with me. I really don't.
Oh, that's why I'm here.
I'm way too opinionated.
Fuck it. I'm hoping somebody corrects me in the comments about what the fuck the name of that movie is. I could hope.
You can hope.
But yeah, I look forward to beating that fucking alien game with you.
I want to see the Queen.
Oh, fuck. I got so fucking sidetracked. I'm sorry, Max. I read your comment and I thought I was done, but Max, you actually super chatted us too.
Oh.
He said, how about you make a monetized video of reading classic literature for a sleep playlist? Tonight, D.H. Thorne presents The Iliad. Thank you very much, Max. Appreciate you.
You know, like my ADHD will get too rip-roaring, and you know, I did the short story Nyarlathotep, and I felt like I finished it and I was like, man, I'm glad I'm done. You know. Plus that perfectionism will kick, and I'll be in the middle of reading it, and I'll be like, you know, I could have read that better. Let me re-record that, and now I got to edit it. Now, you know, what about sound effects? And I will say though, there is, if you Google it, or I mean, find it on YouTube, someone did do an audiobook of the Simon Necronomicon, and good. It's really fucking good. They even have like the word, they did a good job on it. Like I really enjoy, I was listening to it the other day. I was like, man, I gotta listen to this whole thing all the way through.
Yeah, I've very seriously thrown around the idea of, reading your books as audiobooks before, and I've looked into the process, and holy shit, especially as a single person endeavor, like there's a reason audiobooks cost so much is because a lot of fucking work goes into them. Like,
I mean, you got to cut them into bite-sized things that you can edit a little bit, because you don't want to edit it, but you want to splice it together.
Well,
and
just that, and even if you read it perfectly the first time, every time, that's still a lot of studio time you're sitting there for, not to mention that you got to go and edit it so that all the audio is balanced. And if you want to add in sound effects, that's even more. It's, oh my God. And not to mention, if you're doing it all solo, you're listening to your own fucking voice, which as an audio engineer, I can tell you that's when you want to fucking Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll have to see. I mean, I would probably say Shadownomicon would be the longest thing I'd want to read. And I would only read up till the part where it gets to the practices part. It'd only be the first couple, the first two-thirds of the book, really. That's probably as much as I'd want to do on. So maybe Shadownomicon will be the first one. I don't know. I got to get, you know what it is? I'm not saying I've burnt out, but my ADHD is one of those kinds of things where I'm really into something when I start really fucking into it. And I can't stop. I'm like autistic. I'm just like, must do everything about it. And then at some point I'm like, yeah.
This motherfucker, when I met him, I've talked about this before, it was through D&D. And, he was just some chuckle fuck online who I met on Roll20. And you were the first fucking person who, like, I signed up, this is my character and everything, and you sent me a fucking PDF document about the lore of your land and the people and the history of the place. I'm like, oh shit, this is intense. But like, and I don't mean this negatively at all. Like, you are so that of you fucking absorb yourself in something while you're into it, but you also fly into what interests you at the time, where it kind of transitioned into something a little bit different and then something a little bit different after that. Or it's kind of fun to see the creative process.
It's also annoying. Like Camilla sent me a meme tonight. I don't know if she put it on regular Discord or just privately, but she put a meme of what it is like, and it's like SpongeBob. It's like different panels of SpongeBob showing all this different shit. And it is like, I mean, I realize now that's, when I was growing up, they didn't really have a word for it, like in the early 70s, the late 70s, early 80s, ADHD wasn't really on the radar really yet. And I think if I had been growing up in your generation, Fleshy, that's what they would have said I had. I probably would have put on Ritalin and would have had my whole brain fucked up. And I probably wouldn't be able to do half the shit that I do, because I learned to be a high functioning autist, basically, or something, in a way of speaking. So, I don't know, man. It's frustrating because I'm an autodidact, I'm a scanner, and and by scanner, I mean, I scan everything and I get into everything. And then I get bored of shit, I burn out, and I got to do something else for a while. And even magic, man, is like a thing. I got into it, and now I've burned out on it a little bit.
Wait a second, I'm sorry, Jackass, you just subscribed?
I'm going to come to his house. It's going to be a while, though. He says DH has DHD. I like that. I got DH. It is a unique version of it. It's, it's not like I can't concentrate. I can concentrate really well. It's just I've got to be into what I'm concentrating on, if that makes sense. If I'm into something, you can't, like, I'm like a broken record.
Oh, yeah, you can't you need a welder to pry you apart from it.
Half the reason why I'm so able to convince you into doing stuff is because I'm just relentless, because I'm fixated on it. And then once I finally get bored of it, I let it go.
Ironically, the one thing that I got into, despite those best efforts from you, was magic. It was once you let go where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to try it now. You're like, I knew I'd bring you around.
I think you did that out of spite. I think you were like, no, I'm going to wait till he's fucking bored. Then I'm going to get into it. And then
I wish I could say that's what it was, but no, it was just like, okay, he's finally stopped talking about, he's stopped trying to bring me to the dark side. Oh, hey, there's actually something to this, and just begrudgingly, so I'm trying this now. Just,
nice. Well, I still, you also caught me in different periods, because you caught me when I was very up on what I was doing, and I did good work on it, and now I'm like in an intermission where I'm trying to figure out the new shiny, and I'm trying to make the new shiny as good as the original shiny. And I think I'll be able to do it. It's just getting it done. The part of the problem is I have like several, I almost wish that I had like co-writers who I could give them the direction and then they fill in the blanks. Like I give them the world and they fill in the story a little bit. Because I can do that, but I get burnt out when I'm doing the nitty-gritty writing all the details. And no, I mean, I've got like almost like my own version of a big universe in which there's several different novels I could write, and they would be loosely connected by the same universal qualities. I've got a very Lovecraftian style, centered around a town that's sort of based a little bit after my own hometown area. I've got, a dimension hopping story I want to write. And these are all pretty good. I've got the plot arcs written out. I got one of them's more like an anthology of different characters with more or less a central character, but it's more like an anthology where you have like a character it might return to a couple times, but it features several different characters. And it's all set, the environs, the town, and the theme is the main character, we'll put it that way. That one I want to do really badly lately. But then I've got these other, and I want to write these stories because they're in my mind and they're built out of my occult practices and these things that I talk about. They're definitely built out of it, and I really feel like I could flesh them out really good. I just never do it. I just never do. Or I'll start them and I'll get halfway through them and be like, nah, I want to rewrite this now. I don't like it. So, yeah.
So I think this is a good transition point for a question.
A good segue.
So welcome there, Sinister Jinx. Welcome to the chat. So I have two questions from the same guy. One of them involves
Wyatt?
One of them involves potency of magic, and the other one involves experiencing non-experience and death. Either of those sound like one that you want to tackle first?
I mean, either one. I'll probably shit on the one and then rant on the other. So
okay. Well, I wish I had a D20 on hand to fucking decide for me. First one. So Wyatt
Potency
Coverdale.
I'm more likely shit on. Let's do Potency.
I don't know how you guessed. Wyatt Coverdale asks if experiencing non-experience in any scenario.
I didn't guess, dude. I do this for a living. I sense shit.
We know you've been called out, Wyatt. If experiencing non-experience in any scenario is impossible, then what do we do with experience after death? The obvious answer would be nothing, but that's impossible. So,
the word oblivion's pretty cool. Oblivion can mean total non-existence, as if you've never existed, true. But I like the word oblivion. It sounds cool. Someone should make a video game based on that word. When you go to sleep every night and you enter the deepest part of your sleep, you don't go away. But all experiential stimulus subsides. You are literally consciousness without anything other than yourself to be conscious of. So all thoughts, all feelings, all ideations, all knowledge, all sensations, all of that, all feeling goes away. Yet you remain. This is a totally blissful experience. It is utterly peaceful and blissful. Now, you don't give it much thought because nothing's happening, and egoistic thought patterns require activities and experiences for them to matter. So, because there is nothing phenomenological going on in that experience, You don't ideate, you don't memorize, you don't have memory of it. And egoism is largely memory based. So because you've gone into a perfect stillness, a perfect silence, a perfect peace, that doesn't mean you're not there. It means that your ego identity is off. It means that the true you is still there, but the person you think you are isn't there anymore. So you're at total peace and you're totally relaxed, and it will, to your embodied mind, it seems like non-experience, but that doesn't exist. You cannot have non-experience. You literally go from experience to experience. Like there's no transition. It's literally you blink from one. It's like it's like bookends that are so tightly bookended that there's no separation between them. It's just literally more books. There is no transition of darkness. So oblivion does not. So try to imagine an eternity of non-experience. You can't imagine it. It doesn't have any validity. It doesn't exist. It can't exist. So the idea of death being darkness forever is nonsense. It can't happen. And when I say darkness, I mean you'd actually be more likely to have darkness forever than to have no experience. Because darkness is an experience. You're more likely to have that than you are to have zero. So if there is a zero, you don't experience a zero. You go right to a new experience. Reincarnation, essentially. And of course there is, what is it, japa? Not japa. I can't remember the word, but there's a Buddhist word for the 7 days or so, 10 days or so, that after death you're still alive, basically as a ghost, basically having these different experiences. The death of the different elements of your soul and character. So oblivion is this state of non-experience, but you don't stop experiencing. You don't stop being there. You don't. So I've talked about going into a sensory deprivation tank and meditating. And when I say meditating, I mean doing mindfulness or empty mind meditation. If you go into a sensory deprivation tank, you don't feel your body, you don't feel anything, you don't hear anything. You might hear a little bit of the trickling of the water if you're moving around, but if you lay still in that salt solution, you're floating on this, you don't feel, very quickly all sensory data goes away. It's perfectly dark, unless you put headphones on, there's no sound. And it's perfectly lukewarm, so you don't feel any temperature differentiation. You're just floating. You feel like you're floating in emptiness. And then that too fades because your body has a tendency to turn off boring stimulus. So just like if you were to take...
It's always chasing the dragon into something new and exciting.
Yeah, basically. So you let go of all physical experiences. And you're alone with your thoughts. Well, what happens if you switch your thoughts off too? Because you can easily do that. If you learn to do mindfulness meditation, like some people say, like, I can't stop thinking. Yes, you can. You haven't figured out the right technique yet. Everyone can do it. It's easy. You do it all the time. You don't realize you're doing it because you don't fixate on the moments you don't have thoughts because there's no thoughts there. So you don't have any marker. Like you don't think of it.
If you want evidence that people can just shut off all thought, look at the writers for Pacific Rim 2.
I would go the opposite way and say that they thought too much, but yeah, you're good. Good analogy. So imagine you're in a sensory deprivation tank and you're also experiencing a empty mind state where there's no thoughts going on. You're simply there. So there's nothing to think, nothing to feel, nothing to sense. What is left other than awareness itself? So what does awareness do? It becomes aware of itself. There's always that self-awareness, just consciousness, conscious of itself. That's oblivion. And it is utterly blissful and peaceful. When I say bliss, that doesn't mean happy and joyous. Don't make that mistake. Blissful is a little different. Blissful is often thought of in the, like in modern English, we say bliss, like, yay, happy. Bliss doesn't necessarily mean happy. It's very pleasant, but it's not necessarily happy. Bliss is a very specific word. There's a reason why, a lot of non-dual ontologies say that your higher self is always in a state of bliss. That doesn't mean it's not experiencing pain. That doesn't mean it just means that it's always into what it's doing. It's always going, wow, this is awesome.
It's
even when
more
it hurts.
like it's more like the warm glow as opposed to a raging fire.
I mean, if you can assume that, so think of someone, you know, your higher self is always in bliss no matter how much agony your body is in. How is that possible? Because the agony is just a sensation. It's ego that makes it suffering.
Like Maynard said, pain is an illusion.
Yeah, pain is a valid feeling, but the fact that it hurts you is the illusion. Pain is just an intense sensation. The fact that it hurts you is because you're conditioned, or instinctively conditioned perhaps, to fear that pain because it signifies damage, and that damage means an end of identity potentially. That's scary to an ego. Anyway, so yeah. Saturn 555 says, oh my god, I was hella bored and didn't know what to watch, so I randomly tapped on my screen and it took me here. Welcome, you have found the crazy side of the stream hood. I don't know if you're going to like it here. I think I've seen your name before, so welcome again if you've been here before. But yeah, have some fun, man.
God, I feel like I need to make a fart joke or something so they know what to expect.
It's weird because, you know, I can be very, very highbrow, but whenever I'm around you, I turn into a big jerk. You bring out the doofus in me. I think it's because
yeah, I see you as the medicine, and I'm just the fart joke laden sugar to help the medicine get down.
Yeah, but you bring out the good fart jokes in me, though. Like, you really do.
Oh, that's probably the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
So what I'm getting at is, don't fear oblivion any more than you fear the depth of sleep. Don't fear death any more than you fear the deepest sleep. If you fear that, that means you're attached to your identity. Now, I've got news for you. Identity will always be there. Just might not always be the same one. Because every moment of your life, identity changes. You're never the same identity. Even moment to moment, there's always something new and different about you that, if you're really being honest, that is there. So let go of all these attachments to what you think you are, and accept that, yes, it's possible that when you die, oblivion is forever and your identity goes away forever. That's possible. I don't think that's what happens, but it is possible. And there's nothing to be afraid of any more than there is of going to sleep at night and being perfectly out.
Max Avery says, I have sleep apnea, so deep sleep is actually pretty dangerous, to be honest.
Well, what I'm talking about, I mean, as someone who had sleep apnea for a lot of years because of being overweight, I can tell you that sleep apnea means you don't dream much. So you go to sleep and you just wake up. Like, you don't feel like you slept very well, or you wake up a lot during the night. But you don't get dreams, and you don't get this feeling of, I slept good. You get this feeling of, I laid down and then I was unconscious and then I'm conscious again. It's more like a blink. And sleep apnea sucks, dude. If you can figure out why you're getting that, dude, do something about it. Like, I lost weight and I sleep like a baby now. Like, I dream all the time. I'm almost back to how it was when I was a teenager with my dreams. I'm so happy that I lost this weight, man. I can't even begin to tell you. I don't think you're a fat guy though, Max, so I don't know what your deal is. Maybe you gotta like get one of those masks or something. But do something. Do something. No medical advice though, by the way, Susan Wojcicki.
Those masks, I've heard from people that, like, when you first start off, they fucking suck. But after a while, it's like, even for the partner who's not wearing them in the bed, it's like, I don't know how I slept without it. It's just so calming, just the noise and everything.
I got a lot of noise in my room now because, like, where I live, like, you hear weird shit, you hear the train going by and stuff. So I've got either my air conditioner, or I've been listening to this Blizzard fireplace soundtrack for like the last year straight. And I can't sleep without it now, man. It's like one of the best fucking things. I imagine that I'm in a cabin with a cozy fire and a snowstorm outside, and it's just, oh, good night every time. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I have a, speaking weird shit, I've got a story to read if you want to jump into that now.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. My throat needs a breather because, drinking alcohol doesn't make you speak better. It makes your throat tighten up.
Yeah, it's actually extremely bad for your throat.
It
You really
is.
shouldn't do it before a lot of speaking.
I don't know what you're talking about. Miss my dolphin voice sounds much better.
Oh, here comes the blowhole.
Yeah, blowhole.
Yay. So this story comes from the great and powerful Vatorius, and he absolutely gave me credit to use his name for this. He was very enthusiastic about it. This story he titles The Balloon. A few years ago, before I started black magic, but still really got into the occult, I was in my ex-girlfriend's mother's house. Her mom and stepdad had an anniversary, and there were helium balloons and other party decor. A few days go by, and this one balloon is still floating. Would see it at different parts of the house all the time. One night, I was at the house, and it's this big house with a balcony and big open staircase. I was watching TV in this bonus room at night, while the girlfriend was asleep. As I watched the TV, I saw the balloon float up the staircase. I thought it was creepy as fuck and kept staring at it. Automatically assume this must be a ghost. Feels like an extra presence is there, but it's kinda tricksterish. It floats its way towards me. I fucking glare at it in a combination of fear and rage. Fear because I don't know what the ghost will do to me, and I don't know how to fight it, and rage because how fucking dare it mess with me? The balloon floats away from me, and then back. It lowers itself to head level, as if I was standing, and I was still sitting. I had enough of this, and I snatched the balloon and tied the string under a pillow so it wouldn't float. In the morning, I tell my girlfriend my story. She says, yeah, actually, there's a friendly little ghost that watches after me in the house. One night I dozed off and it woke me up by yelling in my ear. It woke me up because I dozed off while studying. She's not evil. She just likes to mess around with you.
Balloons can be an effective manifestation medium, I think, because they are easily caught up by stray errant air currents and stuff. And building upon what I said earlier about, poltergeists not causing things, but drawing your attention to things more. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be the other way. I'm just saying that seems to be, at the very least, the lion's share of what poltergeists really are. With the exception of the fact that, yes, I am living proof that, not proof, but living, I can attest that occasionally stuff happens that I can't explain, like taco shells flying across the room, that there should be no reason for it. I can't explain why a bunch of taco shells would not fall out of a cabinet, but why the door would swing open and then a second later the taco shells would shoot across 5 feet across the room. That probably was something supernatural. I can't deny that.
I really feel like sometimes that's the universe, like not an implicit message or whatever, like if you see it that way, but sometimes that's just the universe communicating to you of there's shit out here which is weird and you're not going to understand. Mm-hmm. Hey, this is your reminder, be open to it and know that there's more out there.
I mean, that could be. I mean, like whenever I sit there and I get up on my high horse, because I still have that little bit of skeptic in me, it will never leave, and I'm glad it's there. Honestly, if you're doing magic and you deny skepticism, you're doing it wrong. You need to maintain both. You need to maintain an open mind and a skeptical side. You have to. I rebuke you if you don't. Personally, I think that you're a fool if you don't.
Yeah, going with only one of those horses purely is going to limit you, and also I really feel like it's going to be to your detriment. You're not going to see the full breadth of experience.
Correct. And Dan R says these taco shells aren't organic. I guess that's the ghost. So,
gotta quote what I originally said when you said that story. Fucking flour tortillas are bullshit.
I mean, I think they were corn, but yeah, it is. So I don't have every answer. What I do know is that the ontology of reality that I see has room for weird shit. It absolutely does. But we have to get away from the idea of cause and effect. That's important. You have to get away from the idea that you cause things to happen and think of it more like you're reading a choose your own adventure book and you turn to a page where the thing you want to see happens. Think of it a little bit more like that, and I think you're going to have better luck, especially with magic. Instead of thinking of it like my will has to somehow override the will of both everyone around me and the universe as it's going and literally move stars in the heavens to align where I want things. Think of it rather than that you've got to change things, you're changing yourself. And this happened a lot in that non-dual channel we were talking about today. It's like in The Matrix, which is coming out again this December. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. In the original Matrix movie,
so much. I hope it's good.
They're probably going to woke it all up and ruining it, to be brutally honest with you. But if they don't, I will be there with my money in hand. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it's going to be good.
I'm seeing it either way. Fucking, I already know. Just fucking hit me, dude.
It's going to happen towards the end of December, so I probably won't get to see it when it comes out. But I'll probably see it by after Christmas, and by then the reviews should be in and I'll know. But I do have my fingers crossed, just like I have for Dune. I have my fingers crossed for both. So we'll see. We could use it, and let's be honest, Keanu Reeves doesn't make many bad movies. I don't think he's really ever done one that I wouldn't recommend. So we'll see. Well, hopefully it's good. Anyway. So just like the first Matrix movie, there's a scene in that movie there's a lot of scenes in that movie because they based that movie on deeply spiritual ontologies that are valid and ancient and true. Okay, the whole idea that it's a computer simulation is just a way to make it palatable to newer brains. It's an infectious mind virus. When you understand what the Matrix is saying, they're not wrong. I think that they're way more right than they are wrong. Let's put it that way. There's a reason why people can take the Matrix and make it into a living religion and have it work. It really can. But in that movie, there's a really important couple of scenes, and it's when Neo. Well, actually, they're all really. Let me rephrase that. Some of my favorite scenes happen when Neo goes to see the Oracle the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Besides the whole scene with the Oracle, which is banging.
And you're talking about planting a cookie in his software?
I love that shit. No, my favorite part of that movie was the spoon, which of course it's the quote of the movie, there is no spoon.
Yeah.
That whole scene on so many levels is accurate that it transcends every fucking thing. And if you understand what that scene's really, 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 really telling you, there is no spoon. How could you bend a spoon that doesn't exist? That's foolish. You've got to bend yourself. What does that mean? The lowbrow version of the understanding is thinking that, oh, well, I'm the spoon, so that's how it's bending. No, you're bending your perception. You're bending your timeline, so you're going where the bent spoon is. The spoon never bends because it's not real. It doesn't exist. There are no spoons. You can never bend a spoon that's not real. So what has to bend is your own imagination, your own perception, your own dream has to bend. So nothing bends. There is no spoon to bend. And this means if this is true, and it is true, at least it's true for me, you don't, through magic, change anything. Instead of thinking about changing reality, you're changing realities. Okay? So the entirety, like I can sum up my new book just by saying it's based on the idea of a multi-dimensional omniverse in which all possibilities have already happened, and you're just going through it as a timeline, and you can shift which timeline you want to see by ways of symbolism, magical workings, and so and so. Okay, that's the meat of the book.
You're a fucking pathfinder, and you're a fucking navigator.
Basically, yeah. Your consciousness is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. Your mortal ignorance, however, focuses you on just you. The you that you think you are is an egregoric idea, and you can shift that idea around at will, but you've forgotten simply because if you remembered, the whole meaning of your identity would go away. If you knew right now, this minute, with total clarity, that you're the entire, not just this universe, and I got to watch out for like people screen grabbing. If you've got this entire universe, let's say it's even a multiverse. If you realize that you're an entire, see how my brain works? I go everywhere if I don't watch it. You're an entire multiverse. You're not just you. You're the entire multiverse of possibility. All of it, every single possibility exists, and you're all of it. If you realize that, that means all opposites collide, and there's no meaning to anything, because all hot and cold collide, and it's all lukewarm. All up and down collide. It's all center. All light and dark collide. There's no such thing as light or dark anymore. All opposites unify, and so reality becomes what? Oblivion. So omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence is oblivion. It is oblivion. It's total oblivion, because all opposites merge, and there is no longer any experience to be had. So what happens is consciousness limits itself. So it's no longer omniscient, omnipotent, or omnipresent. It becomes here and now, me, myself, and I, and only that. And that is what it becomes. And in so doing, an entire multiverse of possibility erupts into a potential to be experienced. And so you, the real you, asserts itself as this identity, whoever you think you are right now, because you're also me. You just don't remember that. And then you travel the multiverse using this identity as an avatar. And you change avatars whenever you want. The more egoistic you are, the more egotistical you are, the more attached you are to an identity, the more at the mercy of fate you become. So if you go, I'm just little old D.H. Thorne, and I'm limited to whatever the world throws at me, and I don't have much choice except for maybe I can go to work and work hard, but like a lowbrow blue collar mentality where it's just I got to slog through and just try to live, and I'm at the mercy of a bigger world. That's an egoistic position. A transcendent position. So the other version of that, I have to control everything. That's also egoistic, because you're still putting the universe as bigger than you. You're still saying, well, I'm weak, so I better become strong. You're still being egoistic. That means you're still firmly attached to a specific timeline. Only when you become unbound can you actually willfully, consciously navigate the timelines to see things that maybe are inaccessible otherwise. And it's not easy. I feel like I've unlocked this, but I still can't do it at will. I still can't do it for everything. There's only I'm still egoistic enough that it's got to fit within my expectations. Even though if I say to myself, I know those expectations are an illusion, that doesn't mean you can let go of them. You're attached to them. It's like loving a stuffed animal. You know it's not a real thing, but you love it, so you don't want it to burn in a fire. It's like loving a stuffed animal. You know it's not real. Take that back. So you treat it like it's real, and it's really hard to part with it. You get sentimentality over it. So for the same reason, you have a hard time shifting timelines because you're sentimentally attached, egoistically attached to who you think you are right now. And it's really hard to let that go. So it's really hard to shift to a reality that's very different from the one that you're on, unless it takes a gradual course of change. This is why I call it sorcery instead of magic lately. It's because sorcery means manipulating fate, basically. So instead of seeing it like magic can make me blink from being an impoverished person to rich overnight, although that is theoretically possible, there's nothing technically stopping you. Realistically, because you are an identified being that thinks that they're a person, because you're in this lower state of awareness, until you have transcended that through death, for example, so you no longer think that you're this one person, you realize that you're not attached to this body. Until you not just think that, not just have experienced it, but truly, truly are no longer attached to it, you are stuck in a more or less linear, rational pattern. So to do magic to become rich, you can't just wake up tomorrow and there's $1 million in your bank account, probably. I shouldn't say can't, I'm just going to say unlikely, very unlikely. Instead, you're going to be going through a chain of rational, synchronistic, coincidental events that will rationalize why you become rich. It might take you 10 years. It might take you 2 years. You could go from being a schlub that works at a nursery and is miserable to becoming an occultist online with several successful published books. I'm not rich, but I'm happy as fuck doing what I do. So I changed my timeline by changing my identity. So changing identity is a key. Anyway, I'm giving half the book away for free right now, by the way. So that is the nature of the current book I'm working on. And the practices that go into that are things you can find everywhere. You don't need my book. Go learn transcendental meditation. You know what transcendental meditation is? It's really simple. Really fucking simple. They prescribe doing it twice a day. You don't have to. You can do it anytime you want. When you're having ideated thoughts, when you're unable to stop thinking, pick a mantra or a name or a word that resonates with what you're trying to accomplish. So let's say, for example, you're feeling helpless. Think of an entity like Lucifer that makes you feel free and liberated. And when your mind starts running away with something that's bothering you, as soon as you catch yourself thinking that thought, think Lucifer. Just think of Lucifer's name. Lucifer, Lucifer, Lucifer. And just recite that over and over for a couple of minutes until that thought stops repeating. Because let's be honest, when you're having an anxious thought, you know, oh man, I'm really worried about my rent that's due tomorrow and I can't afford it. So think of Maimon, think of riches, or or do a mantra that's like a seed mantra. Think of the root, like do Lam or something. Lam, 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 so that you have peace and relaxation from it. So replace the habitual thought with that one. And then let it run out, and then you'll find that you stop thinking. If you do this as a practice, you'll find that eventually there's a moment of silence that follows the final repetition of that mantra. That silence is what you're looking for. That's the transcendental state. That silence is that no mind state. And when you hit that, now you're there. Now you're on the threshold. So you can do this as a practice twice a day, or you can do it whenever your interrupting thoughts are occurring to you. So the other day I had a thing happen that was annoying me. There's this person that just harasses me and my wife online whenever they can. They make a new account and they say they're going to come and get us. And it's like, motherfucker, I got more calibers than you've got balls right now. So feel free to show up, man. You know, I'm never going to give you my address, but I don't need the hassle. But they'll be picking you up off the street, okay? You'll be bleeding everywhere. And that's not a threat. It's just a warning. Don't come to my house with intent to harm me. So this person is like harassing me. So it's in my mind like, I'm from the hood, motherfucker. When I hear that shit, there's a piece of me that just wants to go. And I have to refrain because that's stupid. Like, I'm an adult, man. I don't need that shit. So what do? When I start getting those thoughts, I find a mantra or a thought that's different. I'm going to start doing it right now. I get a mantra or a thought that's different, and I dwell on that for a moment intentionally. And it's not just shifting your mind to something else, like distracting yourself. You're being smart. Yes, jackass, exactly. Opens your root chakra. And when you do that, your root chakra is all about survival and fear and all of those things. So if you're feeling like I can't afford my rent, opening that root chakra is going to make you feel better about it, because you're going to feel more like, even if I can't pay my rent, my life's going to be fine. So you want to recite something. That's transcendental meditation. Transcendental meditation is the act of replacing habitual thought with intentional thought. It's also like japa meditation. So japa meditation is very similar. Japa meditation is a big, longer mantra. You might say a bunch of words, not just one sound like lam. You might say lam, blah, 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 right? The point of japa meditation is your normal thought processes are haywire and erratic and habitual. So everybody here listening right now that hasn't mastered these things, when you're sitting here in your normal state, your mind's just running a mile a minute with whatever the fuck it wants to come up with. And half the time it's kind of random probably, but there's a little bit of a meaning to it, but it's probably a little random like the way I'm talking. It's just blah, 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 and just random shit coming out of your mouth, like you're ranting to yourself. Quite literally like I'm ranting now, but you're doing it internally. Well, japa meditation is, instead of letting it come out randomly, you are intentionally setting your next thought to be something specific and meaningful. That's why it's using mantras. Meaningful, so that you stop habitual thought. By stopping habitual thought, that's one less distraction from pure consciousness. So these forms of meditation are key. I'm not saying you can't do magic with that. I was going to say you can't do magic, but I don't think that I could prescribe magic any other way. I think you can go into a ritual and say bibbidi bobbidi boo all day long and still get results. Sure, if you're results oriented, sure. But to me, the results, that's not the point. That's stupid. Like, that's like being greedy so that you're all about getting money and not having experiences with that money. So to me, a magician who's all about getting results is like someone who is just focused on raising their bank account and not going to Cancun and buying their friend a house and having a great time with their money and having experiences.
Anything with it, just liking to see the numbers go up.
Exactly.
Playing cookie clicker, but never actually devouring a good fucking oatmeal raisin, bro.
Like asteroids, you get to that 99999 and then it flips over. Only my 80s and 70s people will get that reference.
Apparently.
The old game Asteroids, you weren't considered good at it until you could...
I thought you were talking about astrological... okay.
No. Yeah. In the original Atari game or the arcade game Asteroids, you weren't considered good at it until you could flip the score.
I didn't expect that I'd be the one highbrow right now.
And flipping the score was when you reset the counter to 0 because it only went up to 99999. And when it went to 0 again, that's considered a flip. And if you could flip it multiple times, you considered a master. I flipped it 4 times once. It took me like 2 hours. I was so proud of myself, and then I just put it down. I
you got to be careful, man. Like, at first you're doing the fucking, hand gestures, and now you're chanting 99999.
Oh, man. Oh. Oh, man. Somebody get Yuri on the phone.
So I want to they've been waiting patiently 14 minutes by this counter. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to whoever you are.
Dorian1221 super chatted us a gif of somebody fucking showing the bicep saying boss, and we appreciate you for that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being around.
I'm working on it. I got to go to the gym and bring these guns out a little bit more. They're, they used to be 21 inches, but I think 3 inches of that was fat. So,
yeah, I've got to work on mine. I don't feel like I got much stopping power. Oh, fuck off!
I'm kidding.
So
dude, you're I don't know, man.
As Wyatt put it, I'm the femboy twink. So
look.
Yeah,
you got to be something. Twink ain't a bad thing to be. Okay.
No, absolutely not. I say that with endearment.
Right. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing.
Me and the fucking black obelisk, if you're watching, me and him will have to have the black magic twink off at some point.
Look, to be brutally honest with you, because I'm, as an open-minded, liberated human being that I am, I actually prefer, even though I'm not attracted to the twink, I like the idea of being surrounded by twinks as my army of sexy creatures around me. Like, honestly, to me, there's something like I'm so cool. I don't even need the hot women around me. Give me all the twinks around me. That'd be perfectly fine. I'd be cool with that because, okay, I'm shutting up. Boy pussy. I think that's what Jackass said with the BOYPUCC.
You're showing more bisexuality than my lighting right now.
Oof. And I'm not, though. That's the thing. It's it doesn't get my wiener going. It just,
So I got to go run and use the bathroom real quick. How do you feel if I leave you off with a question?
Okay, leave me with a question that'll make me rant where I don't miss you.
Okay. So Wyatt was next in line with the question, but he specifically asked that I replace this one with the top of the list.
Okay.
So I'm circumventing that question, popping this one in. Wyatt asks, do you have any tips on grounding? I've been in a daze for basically 3 months. I spend so much time up here that it's hard to focus on what's down there.
Grounding is quintessentially important. You can't have a lightning bolt without grounding. Okay, you can't. Nothing will happen without grounding. The problem is, you know, grounding can either mean becoming materialistic and becoming focused on only the materialism. But grounding really should be, let's put it like this. A Zen monk is always grounded. Okay? They're very spiritual. Their mind is definitely in, you know, spiritual places, but they're always grounded in reality. So what I find helps me, you know, they have that saying, you know, chop wood, carry water, and, you know, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water, after enlightenment, chop wood, meaning life doesn't change that much. It really doesn't change at all. So even if you've mastered magic, which you'll never do, or the ontology of reality, which you'll never do, you're still going to have to wipe your ass, put your pants on one leg at a time, and so on. You're still going to have to go through life in the normal way. So if you want to ground yourself, do your taxes. Well, you're too young for taxes. You're 14. Do your homework. If you want to ground yourself, stub your toe. If you want to ground yourself, make dinner. Cook yourself a meal. Can you do spiritual practices that ground you? Of course you can. But do things that are every day. Find a way to let go of, because, you know, usually when you say I need to ground myself, it's usually because your head's so far off in the clouds, you're neglecting your life in ways that matter. That's usually what you're, so someone who's really flighty and flaky, who's off in La La Land and is only thinking about higher magical things all the time, and they're flaking out and they're daydreaming. How do you fix that? Have a real life crisis. And you know what's funny? Reality will ground you out when you need it. Some people don't respond to it, though. Some people are just totally flaky Aquarian motherfuckers, and they're always heads in the cloud type of people. But life has a way of grounding you out and making you come back down to earth. This is what's happened to me in the last year. So brutal honesty time for you. 2018, 2019, and most of 2020, I was flying so high in the magic clouds that I didn't just burn out. I got like Icarus, and my wings burned, and I crashed back down to earth again for a little while. I'm still here, like I'm normalizing again, but I hit hard because I was getting full of myself again. I was getting, you know, I can do no wrong. The chosen one complex. That's not being grounded, by the way.
And now would be the perfect time to let a little bit of air out of his balloon.
Correct. Yes. And I accept that. You know, I totally accept that. That's part of the process. It's part of the process. It really is. Because your higher self doesn't want you to wake up all the way at once. And if you do wake up all the way at once, it doesn't want you to wake up in such a way that you're like, you know, so full of yourself that you're egoistically attached to this other thing. You've got to let go. Letting go is the real advancement. Letting go. Respecting your identity without being attached to it is what letting go means. Like, you still go, hey, I got to feed myself, but if I don't, it's okay.
And it looks like Wyatt had a little bit more to add on to that. He says, Thorne, I just want something, literally anything to focus on. A pain in the shin, an object to hold, anything. I've been so indulged in trance work that it's become hard for me to reconnect to the illusion.
That's why I said, like, stub your toe. I'm not saying really literally go stub your toe, but, you know, go make a meal. Go cook some ramen, man. You're 14. Everybody knows how to make ramen. Go make some ramen. You know, go make some fucking ramen, put some cheese whiz in it, and go fucking watch the Munsters or some shit. Go find a show you've never seen before and watch it. And let your shit go. You know what helps, though? You know, if you want to do something mystical and you don't want to leave it, go get yourself, like, a good piece of garnet, or literally just go into your yard and pick up a shitty rock and go wash it off and see how beautiful it is, even if it's just a regular rock. And just feel that weight in your hand and just sit there and feel it. And just be present with that rock. I'm not kidding. It sounds silly, like, oh, you want to be grounded, so you pick up. No, literally, pick up this rock. You know, Low-key is right. How the hell? Oh, we got 30 likes, Low-key. There's not like we only got 30. I mean, we should still have 50 likes. We should have. What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you?
He says as he fucking cocks his gun.
I actually had an itch. I wasn't cocking shit. I was literally itching my arm. It's a new shirt, and I haven't washed it yet. So it smells like new shirt, and it's too tight, and it's itchy.
Yeah. See, that's why I go without sleeves. You don't get those fucking bicep itches. I'm always cocked and ready to go, you know?
Yes, but you know what? I have that same, I don't have that one, but because you got that from Teespring. So I got a Teespring sleeveless, but the way it's cut, it doesn't fit me as well as it could. It's too loose where I want it to be tight, and it's not tight at all. So I like my fitted Calvin Kleins, but the problem with my Calvin Klein fitted tank top is that it's fitted in such a way that I get chafing like around my arm area.
Yeah.
So it's like, fuck. I love how it looks, but damn, it starts to hurt after a while.
Well, especially because we talked about this last time, is just as a tall person, clothing doesn't fit quite properly. You can get there's 3 categories that you can aim for. It fits in the shoulders, it fits in the fucking length, or it fits just your body. Roundness, and you can get 2 of them, but you can never get all 3.
This is the premium one from Teespring, so it's actually fitted. It says fitted, and I believe it. It's not maybe as fitted as some would be, but it feels fitted more around the upper body like it should be for a guy. And my biceps, it's got that little funky, it's definitely tighter on my biceps, and it clings to your bicep, so you get that nice bicep look. But it's a fitted shirt for sure. But I'm usually wearing those Calvin Klein loose fits, so, whatever.
I also want to say thank you. Apparently, I got my first piece of Astral fan mail.
You got your first piece of ass?
Yeah. I'm going to assume, I'm going to assume that this is from CM Helnikainen. It's a certificate for 1 free choom job.
You have your picture reversed, you sneaky fuck. Is there a reason why people reverse their cameras everywhere? I saw it lately. Am I just too much of a boomer to know why?
I reverse my camera because it doesn't disorientate me as much, being that when I'm looking at our Skype conversation, I'm looking the same way that I feel like I'm orientated, but also because I really like the aesthetic of, because I'm looking this way anyways for my monitor, it looks like I'm looking at you and having more of a conversation. Oh, so you're gonna manually fucking flop me, aren't you? No, the people can't know that I'm actually right facing. They have to know I'm with the left hand.
Well, because I can put myself on the other side, but I tend to look over this way anyway a lot. So
I mean, here, you want me to? I'll fucking manually correct it myself.
It's gonna fuck me up, dude. It's gonna totally fuck me up now.
I know. There's a whole thing with this where I think it's called mirror preference, where people get used to the way that they look in the mirror and not the way that people would actually see them.
I'm too much of a realist. I like seeing it how it would look to everybody else.
Yeah, so you're seeing me how I would see myself in a mirror right now. And like I said, that's just for aesthetic reasons. Right, because
it matches your hand movements and all that shit, yeah.
Yeah, it's way easier for me to track and become less disorientated while we're having these conversations. Okay, I know. Oh, here we go. And that didn't flip it at all.
Don't worry about it.
Way to go. Okay.
It means nothing.
Whatever.
That's actually one of the things that annoys me about Discord. They don't have the option to, they automatically reverse you instead of, it shows it right to everybody else, but to you it's always mirrored. And it's like, well, if I'm recording my screen, then it's wrong. And it bothers me because if I'm doing something where I have to show something on the screen, I have to reverse it somehow. So I could use virtual cam. There it goes. That's the right way. I see. Yeah, that does look wrong. Well, see, all I have to do is I could just do that.
Oh no, you're messing with the format.
That's fine. You're my left-hand man now instead of being my right-hand man. That's all. There we go. So now I got to look this way. Hey, Fleshy, how you doing?
Oh, I'm not too bad. DH, how are you?
Yeah,
I feel like we need to fucking what's that old sitcom where everybody's just like, oh, there's the nanny.
Oh my God, you're talking about fucking, oh my God.
Yeah, I know what it is. I can't
What
think
the
of the
fuck?
fucking name.
I can't even do the
curse you
song.
with this.
Oh my goodness. I used to watch this show every day when I was a kid. Now I can't think of it. Oh my god.
Well, I'll transition away from that fucking
I hate you.
curse.
Look at the fuck. I can see the house in my head. I can see the stairs. I see the whole thing.
Seinfeld.
Brady Bunch.
Yeah, that's the bish.
I hope it was.
So we have. Oh yeah, people hate this.
All right, I'm putting it back. I'll put it back.
We have a question from Marion Eisenberg. Marion, I appreciate you so much, and you've been here a
Thank you for the
lot.
patience, Marion.
I will look past your preference for Skyrim over Oblivion. I love you anyways.
I mean, Skyrim was really good, but I like the Elder Scrolls Online. That shit was good.
Oh fuck yeah!
This game is so big.
Marion says, we all love H.P. Lovecraft, but did you guys know that Robert Howard, Conan the Barbarian author, wrote very similar horror stories? Yeah,
He
in
didn't just write
fact,
very similar. He included Lovecraft stuff in his stories. Like, he's got Yog. I mean, he's got, I forget which one it was, but there are some stories in the Conan universe that absolutely include the Great Old Ones. Abso-fucking-lutely.
yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they were pen pals. Like, they were fucking
Absolutely.
buddies, and Howard, got Lovecraft's express permission with, yeah, fucking use this shit. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I love both. Of course, my favorite, it's kind of like when Johnny Cash did Hurt. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Conan the Barbarian, to me, is the quintessential Conan. I don't care. Even if it's not accurate to the books, that's my quintessential. Because he did a great job. That movie was fantastic.
I hurt myself today.
Johnny Cash owns Hurt, even though he didn't write it.
I love this story from Reznor where sorry to get off on a quick tangent.
It's a good tangent, though.
Cool.
I love this tangent.
Yeah, because originally it was, I forget the producer's name, but he approached Cash with the idea of doing that song, and Cash was like, I don't know. He's like, no, I really think there's something here. And so they asked Reznor, do we have your permission? He's like, oh, this is probably going to be some weird fucking album or whatever. It's probably going to be in some Cash covers pop or fucking whatever. It's cool. And then they sent him the tape and he didn't listen to it. And then they sent him the video when it finally came out, and he watched it. And if I remember correctly, he said just tears started pouring down my face, and I realized it's not my song anymore. This is his. He completely owned it. He completely transformed it. What I wrote was realized in a completely different way that I didn't understand through this man.
I think that they both were singing the exact same spiritual story. But Cash, because of his age and experience and the enfeebled strength, if that makes sense, because Cash,
Oh, absolutely.
even on his deathbed, seemed like he never was a fighter, but his will was just, ugh. And that came through. And the level of, I have no regrets, but nothing but regrets, and the pain and all of the. Man, it was so perfectly executed that they're both right. They're both great. I love both versions of it. But you know what? I haven't listened to the Nine Inch Nails version in maybe 15 years. But I have listened to the Cash
it's fucking
version.
fantastic.
But I have listened to the Cash version many times since.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not, what can I say? It doesn't mean that Trent's version wasn't as good. It's still really good, but it's just, oh my god. It's almost like Hatebreed's cover of Ghosts of War. I like Hatebreed's cover of Ghosts of War, and I like the Slayer version, but I listen to the Hatebreed version a lot for some reason more. It's basically they did such a good cover you almost can't tell the difference. It's just a little bit more thrashy, but it's basically the same shit. No, another good example of that is Behemoth X version of Enjoy the Silence by. The remake of that by Disturbed. Fucking not Enjoy the Silence, excuse me. Sound of Silence.
The Sound of Silence. I was going to say, where did Depeche Mode cut? I don't know what you're referring to.
I don't know. My brain is retarded on names. No. The Sound of Silence by Behemoth X. Disturbed. I do that all the time.
It's the
I think it is. No. I think Behemoth is cooler though, so I don't know. But yeah, so it's like that. Like Sound of Silence was like, sorry, it doesn't belong to whoever the fuck that was anymore. they're forgotten now. It belongs to Disturbed.
The
now.
future is now, old man. The sound of silence. And
So-
hey, before I forget real quick, Spirit X Diesel hit us with a super chat with a Supermaning pair.
Cock Diesel!
Thank you very much, Spirit. Appreciate you.
Another good example of that was Typo Negative. They did a lot of covers, and my favorite was their cover of the Bee Gees song Summer Breeze. Their version of that song is so much better than the Bee Gees version because it's so down-tuned, down-tempo. It's just so dark but cool. Oh, man, I miss Peter Steele so bad right now. That would be a cool... could you imagine, like, Peter Steele on this show? I don't even know if I could talk. I would just be sitting there the whole time like, just say whatever, man. Just...
What was it live, like on one of our shows, or when it was it when we were hanging out that you told me about fucking getting to meet the guy and just being like, I'm your biggest fan. Could you sign this, please? Okay, yeah, kid. Hey, have you heard about Jesus?
Yeah, basically, that was... I don't know if I did it on the stream. Yeah, I went to go see him at... what the fuck was the name of the place? They burnt down. Oh, fuck. And I think I still have the CD. It's probably worth money now. Yeah, I went to go see them, and I wish I wasn't as fat as I was at the time, because there was a time I looked a little bit like him, like a young fat version. But I went to him, and he's like, you know, what do you want me to make this out to, you know? And I'm like, oh, just make it out to Daniel. Oh, it's a good name, Daniel. I forget what he said exactly. You ever read the book of Daniel? And I'm like, I feel like I lived it. Wow, that's fucking heavy or some shit. I was like, oh my God. And, you know, because he got all Christian near the end, I guess, because I guess he could feel that his time was maybe coming. But yeah, man, I mean,
Yeah.
that's a loss to the world.
Yeah, I feel like we did talk about it on stream, because I feel like I had this conversation before of like the thing about meeting your heroes is like they say don't meet them because they'll never live up to your expectations, but really also don't meet your heroes, because when you do, you'll pretty much turn into oh shit, oh fuck, that's them, they're real. Like when I fucking met Ronan Harris from V&V Nation, like on the street very briefly, of just like, oh my God, that's him. Oh fuck.
I think also, like, you know, I have so many speeds, and I'm such a chameleon around people, and I have my own personality, but I'm very likely to, like, I do NLP kind of by, what's the word?
My Little Pony?
No, NLP is neuro-linguistic programming. I do
Oh,
I practice neuro-linguistic programming by intuitive tendency. So what that means is I have a tendency to emulate and mirror the energy of the people that I'm around. So if I seem like it, that doesn't mean you're an over-talkative person. It means that whatever you do, you are I'm mirroring your energy with my goofiness. You know, if I'm around certain other people, I can be very calm and cool. I can be very this and that. But that goes out the window when I'm just like, we're not worthy, you know, and I don't know how to be. So I then overcompensate with that ADHD, like, you know, giggling bullshit. And I have to like calm down. But nah, man, I don't know. I just don't know. Peter Steele, I would love to. He'd be cool to have on the show. He'd probably be like, what are you doing with all these demons and shit? What the fuck, man? You know?
Why don't you lower your voice a little bit like me?
Yeah, to fucking lower your voice more and come to Canarsie and I miss that fucker.
And another super chat from Tatum with a punching whatever that breed is, I forget. Fucking
Well,
thank you, Tatum.
That
Appreciate
looks
you.
like a fox, and I guess that would be a, what is that, a
Yeah,
tanuki? No.
that's one of those dogs. I keep wanting to say shinobi, despite knowing full well that's not correct.
No, I mean, it could be a corgi, I guess, but it's got the Japanese headband on. It's obviously doing karate, although its horse stance is a little fucked up. It looks like it's doing, you know, just regular straight
It's a
punches.
dog. It's doing the best horse it can.
That's true, but it's kind of like leaning to one side, which I don't know, man. I don't know. Thank you, Tatum. I think I'm very disappointed in... No, I'm just kidding. It's fucking awesome. Thank you, Tatum. I appreciate you, sister. That's really cool. We miss you in the classes.
Jitsu.
I don't know if you're still signed up for them, but we do miss you in them. I hope you can start coming again. Yeah. Jackass, like, he's one of those people, like, man, just his humor. DH has DHD and practices MLP. NLP, dude, with the N, like Nancy, not M as in Mary, but good enough.
M is in Mancy.
Yeah, I guess so.
The proper people got that reference. Okay, so I'm gonna sneak in another question here. We got.
So wait, after you finish that question, we need more story times. Like, we should have like a good hour of story time every fucking.
I would fucking love that. I have a few that are sitting. I've been doing one every week, and I've got a few I'm sitting on, but I need to actually get you to include the email or something in the description. Let people know to send them my way, because I fucking want to tell your guys' stories.
I mean, they can even send them to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and I could pass them on to you. Of course, I get lazy with that, but
Fucking Pony Mancy. Oh my god.
I mean, I got to be brutally honest. I don't know. I don't have. You know, the greatest thing that I've done lately was distancing myself from social media more and more and more and more. I'm not saying I'm all better, but I'm saying that I feel so much peace. I didn't even realize that I had ignored Facebook for almost 4 days till I realized it was my anniversary and I better take a picture and put it up. And I was like, wow, this feels so good. It just feels so good to not be on Facebook for a week.
Oh,
it really does.
Absolutely.
You know, it doesn't mean that I'm not stressed, but I gotta admit, like, I'll open my email and when I see like a person emailed me, my heart flutters. Like, I feel like, oh fuck, I don't want to deal with this. And it's nothing against anybody. Like, it's not like I sit there and go, I hate everybody. It's that, you know, I just kind of want to be in a cabin in the woods for a month and just, you know, either that or in person. Like, I want to have in-person interaction, not this virtual bullshit. This virtual bullshit is exhausting me. And there's a reason for that. You know, being a vampiric person, if you ever got to meet me in person, Fleshy, I'm way more like I am when we're playing games. I talk, but I'm way more measured. And it's because I'm literally like siphoning off you the whole time. I'm reading you the whole time physically. I don't even look you in the eyes much. I'm much more quiet and intuitive. But because I'm doing a show and I'm trying to be exciting and interesting. Oh, we got naked girls on there. Hot girls and boys. All right. Thank you. For,
hold on. I better go. Right when you're talking about vampirism and shit, just
yeah.
My time is here.
But you know, to be brutally honest, like so my ideal life, if I could pick a life that would be perfect, it would be to have either a mansion or a small village, like a big mansion with like 5 wings on it and all that, or a little village with a half a dozen to a dozen huts on it, little single wides or some shit, circled around a central bonfire or something, in a communal living space where we all come and hang out, you know, day to day, but our own private places to retire to. And it's like a communal living. That would be great for me. So long as I could get away, that would be great for me. And it's got to be people that I like. It can't be people that I like a little bit. It's got to be people that I want to spend time with all the time. To me, that would be fucking awesome.
Absolutely.
But the internet is a pain in my ass. You know, I used to love, there was a billiard club near where I used to live. And I would go there pretty much every day. And some days nobody was there. It was just me and the counter guy, and I got to be friends with him, and I'd go and hang out with him. He was like 20 years older than me, 40 years older than me, and we would just hang out and talk. And I would have like no money, so I would sweep the place up. He'd give me a free soda every day, and if I did other stuff, he'd let me play a game of pool or whatever. You know, that was heaven to me. Like, to me, that was the greatest thing. It was like a clubhouse. It wasn't always busy, but when it was, I got to meet people and hang out with people. I love that shit. But you know what I don't like? I don't like the internet, and I'll tell you why. Probably the biggest reason I don't like the internet. When people message you, you feel obligated to respond. Now, if you're in public, people usually leave you alone unless there's some kind of reason to strike up a conversation. That's number one. But number two, if you're available, you're available. On the internet, people assume that just because you read their message, you have to respond. And they won't just say hi. They'll send you like a diatribe of like they saw a shadow in the closet and you've got to untangle it for them and you don't want to.
They'll send you a fucking novel.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I appreciate you and I respect you and I will get back to you when I can, but I also have a social battery that the Energizer Bunny knows nothing about it, and it's about this fucking full. Like, I want to give you this respect, but I gotta get to it when I can.
Yeah, and when you're in person, it's kind of implied that you're ready for it, right? But when you're online, you might think you're ready for it, but you're not always ready for it, you know?
Well, that, and there's just such a disconnect of, you know, in both in that vampiric way and just there's all those emotions and all the extra information where some of it is conveyed through video like we're doing now. It makes it a lot more tolerable, but it's like we've been talking about when we're hanging out and we're not in a game or anything. I want to be video chatting with you. I want to see face to face like we would on the street. I want to have all those emotions and read your body language and have everything else to contextualize and give me the extra information of who you are and what you're trying to say. I don't just want voice. It's so monochrome.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is like, if you got to know me in person, you'd find that the view of me you'd have most of the time is this. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I don't relate to that at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, I don't do a lot of eye contact. I don't have to. Like, I read people better without it. Like, if I'm looking you in the eyes, like, I see deception when I see eyes. I just sort of watch body language in a peripheral way. And I don't need it. When I look you in the eyes, I feel like I'm giving too much away, even though there's not much to give away. You know, maybe that's a sign of my own weaknesses. I don't like eye contact. I don't know what it is. Like, I have to learn to, like you told me, what was it? You said that your mom or whoever it was.
Yeah, my mom instilled in me that it is polite to make eye contact. And so I've taken that to the fucking extreme. And now I make people uncomfortable because eye contact doesn't bother me at all. So I will just fucking, I will fuck with people by not breaking eye contact. Whatever they're saying, just straight face, just unbreaking, just, yeah, tell me more. Okay, wow, that's so sad. Oh my God, people fucking start shaking in their damn shoes.
Which, I don't make eye contact unless I'm ready to kill you. Like I'm not kidding. Like you could probably ask my wife. I don't look her in the eyes much unless we're about to either F or fight. Like, one or the other. It's going to be one of the two Fs is about to happen. Because I'm generally like, I don't want to do anything. If I look you in your eye, I'm either ready to fuck you or fight you. I can't tell you which one it's going to be. You know, I mean, if I hold that gaze, you'll know when I'm mad because I am like, and I'm looking you dead in the eye.
You're like you're fucking ape where seeing the whites of the eyes is like a sign of aggression.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, and it's not because it does make me uncomfortable looking in the eye, but if I'm ready to go, I don't care anymore. That's what you're looking at.
It's actually funny seeing the split in chat right now because some people like Jacques and Scarlet Bales are with me, and other people like Saturn 555 and Wyatt are with you on the eye contact thing.
I'm gonna say that, like, people think it's like an alpha thing or like you're a dominant person. No, that's not necessarily true. Sometimes, like, I don't know about Scarlet, but some people look you in the eye as a receptive activity.
Absolutely.
Like, right? They're not intimidating you. They're literally just trying to really, because they're trying to communicate with their eyeballs. And so they want to make sure you see their eyeballs. And so they're looking at you, and it's actually a sign of reception. I had a friend where, like, you know, we'd be driving, and I'd be like this, looking off in the other direction, like I'm not really looking at them, like looking out the window. And I could tell him when he was looking at me. And he'd be like, I really wish you'd look at me when we talk. I'm like, I know you're looking at me right now, dude. I don't need to. It's because, I guess maybe because of the time, the kind of mental abuse or whatever went through, you become hypersensitive to people. And so you don't need to look at them or even see them to know what their mood is. You can pick up on their body language, indirectly. I don't need to, in fact, faces lie. So if you read body language, faces lie more than the body does.
Yeah, because people know that their faces convey a lot of emotion, and so they'll work on, training this is what I'm trying to say, shape the jaw like this and everything. It is so much harder to be aware and know how to communicate, how to stand, how to hold your hands and all of that. That's much harder to lie with.
Correct. So, and also in martial arts, they're like, always look in the eye. No, Mr. Miyagi, you're wrong. Always watch the waist, brother. Always watch the solar plexus in the waist area. Don't watch the eye. The eye lies. They will look at, a good martial artist doesn't look you dead in the eye. They're watching your center of mass, because that's how they see your whole shit, and so, I don't, if I'm I'll look you dead in the eye. And then when I'm ready to go, I look around here, and then I tune out your face. Your face is just a moving target at that point.
CM says he's saving eye contact for marriage.
Ooh. Yes, true.
Okay, so we have a question here from Mr. John Stone, who asks,
John Stone.
what do you do if your astrological makeup is very earthy? I looked it up the other day. I'm wondering if it could be a reason why I struggle connecting with the spiritual side.
Okay. Astrology is not a limit. It is not a rule. It is a guideline. It's like a white line around a stop sign. You can ignore it if you want to. I'm kidding about that, by the way, Miss Wojcicki. Your astrological things are influential. They are they're correspondent. They are not telling you what you are. They're correspondent.
I see it almost as like telling you what you're predisposed to. It's not to say that you can't.
I mean, yes, but not even. I mean, that's putting too much power over it. I'm saying it's correspondent. It's like feeling a workman's hands and feeling that they're rough. Rough hands correspond usually to someone who works with their hands, but not always.
I'm proof of that.
Right. They go together, but they don't. It's correlation without causation. This is why science is right to say that astrology can't be proven as true, because it never predicts things correctly. Except when it does. But it's not enough to be proven as a real thing, because it's a correspondent. It is not a direct cause and effect relationship. So having a bunch of earth signs actually doesn't mean that you can't be a very astral and spiritual person. It means, however, that in a correspondent way, your attention tends to be more, so like let's say you're a Taurus, you're more likely to be stubborn about things. You're going to have a little bit harder time. You want comfort and stubbornness, right? You want to be comforted by things being the same, and you're a little bit stubborn. But that doesn't mean that's how you really are. It just means that you'll notice a tendency. But that doesn't mean that's who you are. What I would be interested in is what's your rising sign? What are you becoming? I think that's your rising sign. I always forget. I always get that mixed up. North node, rising sign. I always get it mixed up.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, find out your whole chart. Let me look it up real quick. Let me just double check, because my astrology shit is a little bit off.
I also, while you're looking that up, thank you, Wyatt.
Not your rising sign. Sorry. I think it's North node.
It's like a sign that says "Stop, children playing." You can ignore it if you want to. That is absolutely going in out of context gnosis.
Yeah, I think it's your North node. Your North node is like what you're becoming. So, let me look up my chart just to make sure I'm going to say this right. My North node, for anybody who's interested, is a Libra. So that makes sense, because if anybody who knows me, I was born in Aries, and I'm still Aryan, of course, in that way. I'm still like an Aries. I know. I said it like that on purpose. You're getting dangerous
with this.
I said it like that on purpose. But I was born in Aries, and so there's always that Aries energy going on. But my North node is Libra, which means I am more and more taking on the attributes of a Libra, because my next life you know, in theory, according to the dogma of astrology, my next incarnation will be like a Libra. Like I'm becoming like a Libra. So find out what your North Node is. And if you put a lot of stock in your astrology, that's more important in a way, because let's say you're born a Taurus. Well, that's your sun sign. That's your, you know, your external makeup. Like that's not necessarily your moon sign's who you are inside. Your sun sign's who you are outside. Your rising sign is how people see you, and your North Node is what you're becoming more like. So find out what your North Node is. If that's an Earth sign too, maybe you're gonna be a little bit stuck a little bit in that you know. John was the one who asked, right? John, he's a Virgo. John, what's your North Node, brother? Find out what your North Node is.
Yeah,
and that
John,
might help you.
John, I know it's been a little bit since you asked the question, but put it in all caps or tag me YEPSEN, and we'll get back to that.
Yeah, find out what your North Node is if you can. I mean, that's a helpful thing to show you like the direction that you're moving. And I'm getting a bunch of texts from, I think it's my wife. Like, what the hell? You know I'm doing a live stream.
God damn it, Victorious. Victorious said something funny, which I'm sure people could see on screen right now, but I don't know if I should read it because there's already enough out of context ammo in this one.
Hold on, I'm going to mute myself for a second.
Okay. That is absolutely fine. You know, the show functions without you, of course. You're not needed for this. Oh, good. I mean,
No, my wife sent me a picture of a pentagram necklace that I already have that I didn't like because it's too small. It's cool, but it's too small. Let me see if I can find it. Where to put it? My goodness. Like this one. Like this isn't the one she sent me, but this is. It's a cool necklace, but it's way too small. Like, actually, on me, it's tiny. Like it's like a key fob. Like it's really tiny.
Especially because you got that thick neck. I mean, at least you did. I don't know about anymore, but there's that video on her channel of, you know, a necklace being a fucking choker on you.
Yeah, and, you know, I will say I lost a lot of weight, so that's not as true as it was before, but it's still kind of true. Like, you know, it's less true now, but it's still true. Like a normal necklace still feels like a little bit like a choker. But, yeah. Like that one probably hang way down on somebody else. But, yeah. Good night, Behemoth. Thanks you for the congratulations, my friend. Thank you so much.
So, I've got a few more questions I could get to, but something that I thought of that, I don't know, we could skip this if you want, but I guess just kind of reflecting at it, 5K is kind of a milestone. And like I said, since I've been around, you fucking doubled your numbers, basically. And I just hope to see more success come your way, and I'm here for all of it.
I still want to do that giveaway.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know, point of reflection and everything of coming to this point, because like 5K is a success, and hopefully it's just the start to more and more greater things. Just looking back on this shit, is there, I guess you've already talked about things that you would do differently, but you know, what do you consider your greatest successes this far? People along the way that have inspired you.
In what context? With the channel or just in general?
I guess just in general, like, because we've talked about people who have inspired you, like Alan Watts, naturally. But I guess coming from the point that you started this channel, has there been anybody or any currents or thoughts that have really changed the way that you've thought about things since you've started? Does that question make sense?
Yes and no. I'm trying to think of a good answer. I mean, so
Fair.
much of what I am is self-originating. When I say somebody inspires me, that means I look at their success and I think that they look cool, they sound cool, they are doing well with their success, and I want to emulate that. You know, not in a jealousy way. Like I'm never, like people go like, you know, Oh, I'm never jealous of, like, I look at EA and Behemoth and stuff, and I'm never jealous. If I'm ever jealous, it's because I feel like inferior in some way, and I don't feel that way. I look at them and I go, they're an inspiration because I want to be like that. And I know that if they can do it, I know I can do a lot of that too. And I'm not trying to be like them. Like you can't be a success by being other people. The only way to be a success is to be inspired by other people's individuality. You know, it's one thing to copycat certain formulas that work. Sure. You know, like,
Yeah.
oh, I like, you know, doing live rituals on TV, on my YouTube channel. But you got to do it yourself. You got to do your own thing.
Absolutely.
You know, that's like what you said before about having the confidence in what you're writing, and just people will just like it or not.
Yeah, because if you just straight up aped EA's shit word for word, and it like, hey guys, this is just EA, except instead of a green background, I've got a dark background, and it's me instead of EA. Well, that's still just EA's shit. And why go to, you know, generic brand EA when we could just have EA?
Very much exactly. EA is his own thing, and I would never, like, copying other people. Like, that's like when you're a beginning artist, you tend to trace or copy other people's art.
Oh yeah.
Until you find your own style, and it's hard to find your own style. Even I haven't really fully found my own style in artwork. But you got to find your own style before you can be a success. You can't be a success copying. You know, cover bands never do as well as the original, right? So you've got to do your own work. That's number one. And so along the way, YouTube-wise, no, I haven't had a lot of inspiration in a while. I do love it when I see people like Behemoth and EA, when they're into it, because I can tell when they're into it and they're just making ends meet, or when they're doing, when they're into it, I'm always with it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But no, there's not a lot on YouTube that's been inspiring to me, especially since the state of the world's been so fucky that I'm kind of like, I'm finding myself wanting to tune out. Like, I want to find sanctuary, and I want to bring like-minded people together where we can be safe and to talk our minds out and, you know, drop the shrooms and do all the cool shit. I didn't say that, Susan Wojcicki. It meant like eating like mushrooms like you get from the supermarket, by the way.
Yeah, we're talking about the not shih tzu. What the fuck? Shiitake.
Yeah, shiitakes. Yeah. So, you know, I want to have that right now because I feel like I feel like a need to, like, let the world, like I said that one time that you loved that quote, put them in a cage match and let them fight to the death, like and have them both win. I really wish that would hurry the fuck up so we can get back to being, you know, a good life. But so I've been very grounded out, like, for a while. So I haven't felt much lately. I've just been kind of like maintaining. I've been in maintenance mode for like 6 months now, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, maybe even a year. Right around the middle of COVID summer, you know, I just kind of started getting, you know,
which really, that's the time for it. Like the whole lockdown, and even, you know, like, really we're still in lockdown, like things are getting more open and it's, you know, in some ways starting to come around. But like, this is still a really introspective period, and it's a lot of internal working where I feel like it's been hard to look out and gain inspiration. Because I feel like if people haven't been doing shadow work, if people haven't been working on themselves through all of this, then, you know, hot take, personal opinion, they've been doing it wrong.
Mm-hmm. Like, for me, my shadow work is not letting go of the situation, but letting go of my attachment to the outcomes and my own identity in it. You know, it's kind of like whether the good guys win or the bad guys win, I've got to recognize that it's possible to thrive and exist in either scenario. And, you know, letting go of the attachments, like, you know, kind of like, hey, you know, what happens to the Buddhist temple when a new dictatorial, you know, ruler moves in? Well, they just keep meditating, right? and that's kind of like how I have to start acting, you know, like, I know this, and I've been through hell and back in life. Well, I got to apply it to these other situations too.
Yeah. Either way, you're still gonna worship Talos. It's just a matter of like, these fucking elves, man.
Basically, yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, you know, am I for the Nords, but you know, or the Stormcloaks, for the Stormcloaks, but looking back, 5,000.
I used to be a non-dualist like you, until
Then
reality put an arrow in my knee.
Yeah, I was gonna say then my ego, then I took an arrow in my ego. But yeah, fucking love it. But over this journey, probably the part that has been the most, like the part that I look back on and go, wow, is that I wrote 2.5 or 3 successful books self-published. And I made over, probably closer to 36,000 total since I released those books. Now that sounds like a lot, but that's spread out over 2 years. You know, that's like my income plus my other work. So I'm still basically minimum wage. But the fact that I've made a living selling my books and services and videos and time and mentorship, but the books in particular, because by any measure, those books are a success. If I go to a publisher and say, hey, I self-published these books and made this much money. Imagine what you could have made if you could have maybe hired an editor to work with me for a couple of days, polish the shit out of it, and then you release it with a big budget for advertising. Imagine how we could have all profited from that.
Or even, I know it might be a weird metric for success, but when you have people on certain forums and shit going like, oh God, I want this guy's work so badly. Has anybody ripped this work? How can I get it for free? Does anybody have a copy? Like okay,
along
I made
with
it.
Like, has anybody got a copy of Crowley's this? Or yeah, exactly. You know,
yeah,
that's a
like
big hit.
when you can consider yourself in that same camp where it's like, people want my shit and they're asking
to steal it.
Yeah, like okay, I'm not doing that bad.
Yeah, you know, and that's like that's a big one for me, because I've, you know, the last time I had that kind of success was more like around the year 2000 when I became a web director, you know, at this fly-by-night web design company. They hired me just because of my portfolio. That was back when you didn't need college for web design, because there was no college for web design. It was basically the nerds knew how to do it. And I had bought a book like a year earlier on HTML for dummies, and I was doing graphic arts as a hobby. And somebody hired me at like, at the time it was 25 an hour. So that was 2000 money. So now it'd be like 35, 40 an hour. To at first just be their art director. And then eventually I became the director of the department for web design. And then they were fly by night. It only lasted there for about a year because they ended up, you know, going bankrupt. But, like to me, like I for like a whole year, I was like, my balls were like, I need a wheelbarrow, like fucking, you know, you know, so
just Randy Marsh going.
Yeah,
through
I felt like Randy Marsh. I really did. Yeah. So, well, Buffalo Soldier, you know, for real. So for a little while, I felt like that, and writing these books and having the success I've had. You know, I'm no fucking what's her name who wrote fucking, you know, Harry Potter or anything. But, you know, 5 years ago, I felt pretty hopeless. I'm not going to lie. I felt pretty, not like life sucked, because then I started hitting my Zen phase and I started letting go and going, fuck it, I'll just be a nurseryman for the rest of my life. It's fine. You know, fuck it. I'll die when I'm 50 or 60 from working too hard. Whatever. That's just how it is. It's fine. So I learned to like do that shadow work, and I let go of any expectation of being a success in life. Not that I wasn't successful, but you know what I mean? Like what society was, you know, and feeling like at the mercy of other people. I just kind of gave up and just accepted it as it was, and I started to just feel better. But to go from that to being able to more or less quit the day job and just work part-time if I want, just for ends meet money, just for the stability. More than anything else, like people will say like, oh, well, what about working with these spirits? You know what? No, that might even be why I'm not so like, ooh, I got to work with a spirit this week, because I feel like, you know, what I needed was fulfillment and a feeling of something other than just, mundane life for a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I keep thinking to myself that, maybe I should approach. But I remember when I told EA like what I was making on my books by myself, and I could feel the vibe. Now EA is a sweet guy; he's very generous. I'm not saying anything negative, but I could tell he couldn't make me a better offer than I made myself by being self-published. You know what I mean? Because his tactic immediately changed when he heard what I was making for myself. It was immediately like, okay, well, if you ever do come up with something that you want us to publish, we'd be happy to do it. I'm not saying that I just know that, like, I did very well for myself. And, yeah, that
I think
to
so.
me is one of the, well, I mean, I'm never satisfied. As a perfectionist, ADHD perfectionist type, I'm never satisfied. I'm looking at 5,000 subs. That only means about 1 to 200 active subscribers, by the way. That's all that actually means, just so you know. You're only ever going to get between 5 and 10% of your subs is actually active. Maybe a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like or 20%, whatever. It's like some small
absolutely.
percentage. You're never going to get more than about 20%, I think. 10, 20% of your active subs is about 10 or 20% of your total. So that really means that on a given day, 50 to 200 people watch my stuff, not 5,000. People think like, you've got 5,000 subs, you're a success. No, by YouTube standards, 10 times that is when you start hitting success level. That's when you start getting to part-time job, by itself money, just from your work. If you leverage it with Patreon and everything. So no, it's actually a miracle that I've squeaked out a minimum wage living between all. I have to draw from
when you first told me of the plan to like make this your full-time thing and like quit your day job, I was like, oh boy, okay, here we go. It's like I was wrong. I thought for sure in a couple months you'd be like, okay, well, I'm back to the day job, and you here we are.
Look, it's gone down. I am back to the day job, but not because I have to be, but because it's convenient to have that extra. Because COVID hit. You can't say that on YouTube, by the way, anymore. Sorry, I didn't say that, Susan. That was some other kid. It sounded like I was actually saying Kofifi, and I ended up with a vid on there. It's the covalent bond of videos. That's what it was. Because of 2020, I did see a big dip. I really did. Between the politics and the crisis, I saw a dip. And I picked a bad year to be self-employed. We'll put it that way.
yeah, you fucking did.
2019, I was flying high as fuck. 2020, I was doing good, and then it's just been kind of like, as they call it, stagflation ever since. But I'll probably hit it big again. That's the way these things work. You get peaks and valleys. But yeah, going self-employed was a great feeling. It's still a great feeling to know that I don't even have to. It's prudent if I work between 1 and 3 days a week at a regular job. Okay? I am not making good money. I'm really not. I'm making about minimum wage for especially where I live. Okay? It's maybe a little bit. Basically, minimum wage at 40, 50 hours a week is what I'm getting for where I live. So working 1 or 2 days a week, 3 days a week at a job is all I need to be comfortable. By comfortable, it means I don't really have to pay much rent because it's a family cottage. I have all of these advantages. It's really good for me. But basically, I'm blessed. I'm living that, to use a Christian term, I'm blessed. I'm living a charmed life through magic, through the love of my friends and fans and family. So I don't really complain about my life. You can ask my wife. I don't sit there and go, fuck, this life is so sucky, this sucks. Never. Doesn't happen. Doesn't fucking happen. I look at my life and I go, this is fucking awesome. Except the social media side. Except Facebook.
There's always a catch.
Yeah, except for the Facebook part. But there is always a catch. You know why? Because we're never satisfied.
No, we can't be.
No. That's a survival mechanism.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it's so much that we can't be, but that our ego won't allow ourselves to be.
that too, but it's a survival mechanism. You know, I do really hope that someday I can reach a point where I look at everything and go, I don't have to even get up in the morning if I don't want to, but I do it because I want to. And then I hope that I want to. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't want my life to be, I've got to get up so I can make money, so I can do the things that I don't want to do, so I can do the things that I do. I want to reach the point where I get up every day because it's a pleasure to do so. And that's a subtle shift of attention, but I'm closer to that than ever before. You know, I don't have a lot of stress. Even when I go to my day job, I don't feel stressed because I can quit and I'll be fine. And, you know, my uncle appreciates me being there, even though I don't feel like I necessarily earn the money because I'm feeling lazy about it. He appreciates that I'm there. So I don't know. I'm going all over the you know, the place here. What I'm basically saying is, over the last 2 years and growing this channel, I'm very grateful and thankful to everybody who supports me and has made this possible. But it's this feeling of self-reliance is what really, really hits, right? That's what really hits home. And it's because of people like you guys watching to sound like PBS. It's because of viewers like you. Because of you guys, I can do this. And here's the secret. If you guys are trying to do your own stuff, the secret is this. It's very simple. The going is slow, especially at first. You've got to see it as you're stacking paper. And you're building a wall out of stacking paper. And every day you get up and you stack a new slab of paper. And every new subscription is another stack of paper. And you just keep doing this. And gradually, very slowly, it's going to raise up and build. And then once it reaches a certain size, now you're stacking 2 papers a day and then 3 papers a day. And it does algorithmically grow. But it takes a while.
Oh, yeah. Your first, you know, just in YouTube terms, and I think this applies to all, you know, putting in the realm of internetisms. Your first 1,000 subscribers are the hardest. The next 1,000 comes twice as easy. The next 2,000 after that comes twice as easy as that.
You got to pay your dues, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You got to work for free for a couple of years before it turns into something. It's just any entrepreneurial task, you've got to expect to be a failure. And then the fluke is that you win, so you just got to keep rolling the dice. You will win eventually, so long as you're smart and you keep changing your formula till you do, right? So you can't give up. You got to keep working at it. So you got to keep stacking the paper. The other secret, especially with social media, is as much as you might craft a persona, that's important, but people want to get to know you. Social media like YouTube works not because I'm a crafted character, although I am a crafted character to a large degree, but you're getting to know me. You're getting to know a person. You're getting a day in the life of D.H. Thorne. So yes, I'm a bit of a character, but that mask is a way for me to express part of me that I don't get to express walking downtown. I can't walk into Starbucks and be like, did you know that we're all one? Because they'll just laugh at me and be like, it's the all one guy. Here's your coffee. You know?
It's getting to know, you know, the glory of this long form type of entertainment is that you really get to know a person. And
we're hanging out.
Yes.
It's not so much a show, it's a hangout.
Yeah,
and it's about getting to know the person. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, go ahead. I know what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead. The frogs are gay. Yeah.
As
I mean, they are, but you know.
I think it was CM Helnikainen. Yeah, he said. So basically, the Black Magic Rogan experience. Yeah. Go ahead, Jamie. Pull up that clip. Flesh Priest, pull up that comment.
I mean, I like to think I'm a little bit more like Alex Jones, but you know. Rogan's way more humble than I am, even though he's very arrogant at the same time.
I feel I haven't watched enough Rogan to confidently say this, but I feel like maybe you have more in common.
Maybe.
But yeah,
I do give off that, you know, I like to roll on the mat with people energy, I suppose, but he does that a lot more than I do. I'm definitely a slouch now. I mean, it's you know,
oh my God, his whole thing is like, but dude, have you tried elk or venison or whatever the fuck it is, bro? But have you ever done DMT? Bro, have you ever thought of non-dualism?
Yeah, I guess I could see it. Yeah, because I could half of those things I'd agree too. By the way, the venison and the DMT. I haven't done DMT, but I do want to get to it. But yeah.
Two comments here I want to sneak in. Wyatt says, I've created a new term that we should all use from now on. When you have an existential crisis while listening to D.H. Thorne, you are, in fact, thorny.
See, that's how you know you're getting big. Like with Styx Hexenhammer, you got the Clank Club, so now we got the Thorny Club. You know, I mean, that's what happens. Like when people, like I can't be mad about it. It's really great. Like some people get mad about that shit. By the way, some people are like, how dare they come up with these? No, that's great. Like when they're calling you names, like especially if it's not with hate, man, just roll with that shit. Love it.
Oh yeah, no, that's fucking endearment right there. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do that to people all the time, but I don't always do it to their face. I have words for everybody, but. You know, it's sort of like if you ever watched the show Lost, I'm kind of like, what's his name, where I give people nicknames behind their back.
I'm so curious what you call me when I'm
actually,
not on
I
the
don't
stream.
have one for you. Not really.
Oh,
not
well,
really.
Fuck, now I'm disappointed. I thought I'd be elated, but no.
No, you're like fleshy to me. Like you're just fleshy. Just fleshy.
Fleshy Tutu. I still don't know where the tutu came from.
So Desmond Tutu, I don't know where it came from either, but it was a funny thing that happened today. Like my wife and I were sitting around, and I don't know why, but the word Desmond Tutu popped into my head. And then I had to explain to my wife why it popped into my head. And I couldn't remember why, because I knew it was a joke that I got from somewhere. It was like a Family Guy reference. And the Family Guy reference was a reference to a show called Murphy Brown. And it went all around the mulberry bush. And then I'm like, why did I need to know this? My wife's like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't either. I don't know why it came to me. So, yeah.
Two comments now from Jackass, actually. Bro, have you ever done shadow work? Fleshy, pull that up. And Jackass actually had a question. He asked, "What doth life?" If you can't answer this, then if you don't pick up on the reference, then I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to re-earn that 5K. You might just get a bunch of unsubs.
What doth life? Yeah, I just lost all my subs. What happened? Womp, womp, womp,
Oh
womp,
man,
womp,
I made a
womp, womp.
parody video with you in this media, and you still haven't consumed it. Oh.
I think I did, but it's not hitting my brain. It's like,
Yeah,
I think
you know
I watched
what,
it.
Jacques, I'm gonna answer your question. Life doth a sweet Shaki Shuri solo.
I have to go watch it again, because I did watch it. I watched it the first time I put it up. I watched it, and for whatever reason, it didn't penetrate the frontal cortex, and it's
Oh,
just...
you need to watch beyond that clip. You need to watch the
Oh,
the
I get you now.
first
Yeah,
season.
it's that show that I barely watched on Adult Swim. That's what
Yeah,
it was.
the fucking snake arm, man. The fucking snake
You
arm
know
that
why
eat
I'm
the
not getting it
babies.
is because I only barely watched it, so there's not a lot of reference. Like, there's not a lot of mnemonic connections in my brain for it. So even if I watch it, it's like, yeah, that's clever, boop, and I just kind of walk on. It doesn't really connect. Whereas if you had done that with a show that I watched a lot, like Cowboy Bebop or something, I would instantly it would be there. Yep. All right, I remember now. I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
Fucking Cowboy Bebop. Just
I love
How
a
many
woman
people
who
can
could just
explain
literally
why they
kill
don't
me.
remember something and have a bullshittery answer for it that sounds legit? I think I'm good at that. I think I'm really good. Amobius says I'm definitely more Alex Jones than Joe Rogan. I think so.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't consumed a whole lot of Alex Jones, and in a lot of superficial ways, like I feel like there's a lot that you relate to with Alex Jones, but I feel like the core of you know, the topics are Alex Jones, but the approach is Rogan.
Yeah, I would say the opposite. I think that, you know, I am energetically like Alex Jones. I'm less full of shit than Alex Jones will be, although I don't think he's totally full of shit. I think he's maybe like 80-20, 20% shit, 80% right.
Oh, come on. With those supplements he's pushing, you know he's full of his own shit. It's all fucking clogged up in there.
That's the 20 or 30% bullshit for sure. But that doesn't mean he's wrong. He's been. I think if I had a nickel for every time he's been right, I would probably have a lot of nickels, a whole lot of nickels, like an uncountable number of nickels. But there's also plenty of times he's been wrong, and so you know nobody's a fucking saint here. But no, I think it's energetically I'm like Alex Jones in that I talk too much, I overtalk people, I interrupt.
Superficial.
Yeah, it's the superficial shit. I think when it comes to what gets me going. Like I definitely think Joe Rogan would enjoy me on his show. I think he and I would have a good conversation for sure. And he'd be like, "Have you ever done DMT?" I'm like, "No." He'd be like, "No, but you're thinking this shit." I think that would be like a lot of the and he'd probably like bring me in the back room and just shove it down my throat. And then it would be a different show again.
Kick you into oblivion.
Yeah, he'd probably give me a roundhouse, and I'm big enough. I'd probably take it on the chin and keep standing, and then he'd be like, "Now take this," because it, whatever, and then he'd beat me up, and then it'd be a good fight, is what I'm saying. It'd be a good fight.
I don't know, like I hate to fucking reference the meme, but fucking Joe Rogan's kicks sound like gunshots. Just
probably.
Ooh, that guy is. I mean, that guy is scary.
If I had time to train up, I think if I had time to train up, it would be a good fight. I don't know who would win. He'd probably win, but I do have like 100 pounds on the guy, so I don't know. No, I gotta respect him. Like he definitely puts his fucking money where his mouth is with fighting, dude. I don't know, because there was a time when I lived that life too, but I let it go fallow. I let that field go fallow for too long. So I'd have to really go back into training, especially with the BJJ part, because that's the part that I slouched on the most and so like you can ask my wife, like I know how to do a lot of it, but it's like
BJJ on Thorne Hub. Tune in now. Work that flesh priest.
Pretty hot. So a lot of that grappling stuff has gone away. So I've focused more on guns and swords over the years than I have on the unarmed stuff. So I mean, I'll definitely challenge him to a sword fight. I have no.
Yeah, I think Rogan spin kicks versus your firearm collection. I'd put the money on you.
Yeah, but I don't like that, because there's a part of me that wants to win at everything. That's the Aries side of me. Is it's like I win at all the games. I don't like to lose. You know that. Like I think one of the reasons I'm good at things is I hate losing. I fucking hate it.
That perfectionism, it has its benefits, but it has its drawbacks.
It does. Like I don't take, when I take a loss well is when I totally respect the ability of the opponent. If I feel like I beat to an inferior person, then I feel like shit. Like that's when I hate it. If it's so like if Joe Rogan kicked my ass 6 ways, like there's a guy hard to hurt, like him. If he kicked my ass, I'd be like, thank you for the lesson, master. I wouldn't feel bad. Like I would feel, so that's why I said it would be a good fight, because I would actually enjoy losing to Joe Rogan than I would say, no offense, Fleshy, but you know, no offense. I mean, that was zero offense.
I mean, how much do you weigh right now? If you don't mind sharing that.
230. Well, I was down to 231, 232. And then I went to a movie and I had some sugary food like an idiot. I broke my fast and I went to 238 this week. So I think it's water weight. But...
Okay, so yeah, 238 with fighting experience versus my 150 fucking cracked out spider monkey state. Yeah, I'm going to put it on you.
But I'm a pacifist now, by the way. So I don't fight like I used to. I tend to just walk away.
Well, so am I, but if we're in a gentlemanly duel, then like, hey.
But then I'm not going to actually do what I'm good at. What I'm good at is, let's see, if I cause him to raise his arm to block and then I hit him with an uppercut in his rib, I can break his rib. If I can jab him in the throat, he goes straight down like a sack of potatoes. If I go into his inside knee and collapse the knee from the inside, he's going to go down. If I do this and that, that's how I think. And if I'm not thinking that way, I'm actually not going to fight as well.
You're fucking approaching fighting like I approach puzzle games. Like,
yeah, a little bit.
With somebody of my fucking twink ass stature, the only thing I'm thinking in a fight is how do I intimidate, and then number 2 is pocket sand.
But see, I like the pocket sand technique myself. That's the fucked up thing. I am not a clean, like that's the problem. I'm not clean. Like I want to hurt you. If I want, like I don't like to fight unless I want to hurt you, unless it's like a sword duel with like we're wearing the padding and stuff and it's just for fun. But even then, there's a part of me that there's moments where it's like, I could tackle him right now and I don't need the sword. You know what I mean? Like his guard's in such a way I could just move in and tackle him. So I don't know. I don't like it anymore. Like I'm way out of practice. So I would probably get my ass kicked way more than I'm making it sound like. So, I'm way out of practice is what I'm saying. And actually, that's actually an achievement for me to even admit that. There was a time I couldn't even admit that. I'd be like, no, I'll kick your ass right now. I'll kick it. I'll fucking totally kick it. Now I'm out of practice. A part of me really wants to get back into practice with, like, worthy opponents again.
Oh, I'll fucking take you on. I'll fucking break myself upon you.
The problem is like, I mean, it's just, do I really want it? I don't know. I kind of want to just be at peace, man. I want peace. I want to be peace.
Yeah, we'll peacefully duel. I used to have a manager who he served time in prison, and he told me one day about his experience in prison is that everybody thought I was dumb, but they didn't know that I had ninja throwing stars hidden up my ass.
In the ass, so they're guaranteed to infect. Because
that's actually exactly how he segued that.
Hold on. Atropa, thank you so much for the sweet comment. I appreciate you, Atropa. She's a good True Blue fan, friend, and follower of the channel and the servers. Thank you so much, Atropa. But that's, again, I want to reiterate again. People who have been here from the beginning or have been here for a while, or the people who make an effort, CM Helnikainen, Jackass, Atropa, Wyatt, Dan R lately, and a bunch of others, but I'm just looking at who's on the screen right now. You guys are always here. I don't know if you've ever bought a product from me. Actually, I know some of you have. But you guys are here every week. You watch all my videos. You make beautiful comments. You give me bullshit to talk about. I feel like I know you. I feel like if I ever did a public meetup, I'd want you guys to come hang out backstage at some point. Even though, some of you are dirty commies or whatever, I think I love you. We're all potentially buddies, and I love that. And that is what I need in my fucking life. I'm not ashamed to tell you, I have pretty much no real life friends. I have one real life friend left, and I only see him once every 4 months because of the way life works. So we're not even really close anymore. And you're all my surrogate VR friends. Like that's all you guys are anymore. So I miss in-person life. And Blade and Cloak is late. Fuck you, dude. You're late again. You're frying bacon and I don't have any bacon. I'm coming to your house and give me that bacon, but I love you too. Tatum too. Tatum's another good one.
Yeah, it's just, it's kind of surreal to me too, just like having this weird kinship with, because I didn't expect this in my fucking cards, like of expecting to be here with you talking about fucking bullshit every week. Is I didn't expect having this relationship with people who tune into our fucking videos every week, and some who can't catch it live but catch it after the fact, of like, I feel like I know you people, and this is weird to me because I keep like this amount of people in my life around. So like suddenly having this of people that like I know and am connected to in some ways, just who are you fucking people? Just what is my life right now?
And they know each other too. And they interact with each other too. And that's why I like our Discord, because it becomes not just a fan club for Thorne, which, don't get me wrong, I enjoy that, but actually people mistake my ego. They think that like I love having this little army of followers. It's great, but you know what? I turn that down more than people realize. People don't realize how much I could manipulate that. I know how, but I don't.
Yeah, I love the fact that, specifically speaking with our Discord, and maybe I'm just seeing it through my lens. I hope that it comes like others see it the same way that I do, but I don't. I feel like our badges there are like, hey, we're the people that gotta fucking shut shit down when it's bad or something like that. Like, we're the people who have to, do the municipal work of fucking cleaning out shit, but we're not in charge of anything. Like, most of the time I feel like I'm catching up to conversations like, wow, what the fuck is everybody talking about when I'm not here? Just like when I pop in, it's not like, oh, Big Dick's in town. It's just like, yeah, I sweep the fucking streets. I'm here to contribute to the conversation too now, though.
I mean, I'm more active on the politics channel for obvious reasons, but I mean...
Oh, the dark zone that doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, the channel that doesn't exist. But no, that's been a very productive one. We did have an ugly scene with my friend that was there, and that was mostly my fault. I admit now, looking back on it. I think I misinterpreted things. But you know, overall, the Discord is full. You know, you got Steroid Maximus, always active in the video game channel, always freaking active in there. Just every time I look, there's like a new video game post by him or Jackass. It's like the two of them are just back and forth with video games all day long. The fucking Arts and Crafts has people posting stuff. Although Cracky Comics hasn't been there in a while. I hope they're okay. I hope nothing bad happened with them because I haven't seen them in a while.
I think they're doing it. Speaking of which, fucking, I got it in today, but I didn't actually open it up. Next week I'll have to show up. I actually bought one of his fucking shirts. I'll have to fucking rep. So
Yeah,
Cracky,
good. I mean,
if you're watching after the fact, appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, don't be a stranger on the server, brother. I mean, I don't interact much, but I do see it all. You know what I mean? I do see most of it that people post, and sometimes I smile, and sometimes I just scroll, but I do pay attention to most of it, and I do look for, you know, I just often stay out of it unless it's really something that I feel like I got a reason to comment on. So I lurk like a fucker in my own channel, and you know, it's kind of like. It's kind of like in Vikings when Ragnar Lothbrok is watching everybody talk and he's like watching through the fucking curtains and shit. That's me. I'm watching everybody talking and I'm paying attention to what everybody's doing, and I'm definitely paying attention to what people have to say and, you know, what they're into. And I mean, there's stuff I mostly scroll through, but there's a lot of stuff I pay attention to. So I'm really happy that you guys are there and having a good time. And honestly, we've had far fewer problems than we've had most other servers would have, I would even say. You know, we've had like one or two people we've had to boot out. I guess it was really just one person for bad behavior. Everybody else has been good. And
it's like I was telling somebody the other day, it's like that whole fucking thing about the rules and everything at the beginning, you'd be surprised how many fucking trolls that keeps out. Like we avoid a lot of issues just by something like that, as pedantic as it might seem. But yeah.
We had that one person who's like, I thought you were Luciferians. Why do you have rules? It's like, well, I can see why you're not going to get along. It's block.
And real quick, people are commenting too right now. I'm just like, Wyatt, I've just been around for 7 months. I don't know how I deserve to be in that regard. And people like, I've just been following for 1 month. Like, I fucking appreciate all of you, no matter how. This is your first video or anything, first of all, like, fucking wacky that you showed up now, but also just like, you know, I fucking appreciate all of you being here. You're all fucking a part of this weird ass fucking blowhole family.
The blowhole family. Whoa! The blowhole. But yeah, I mean, that's really it. And the good thing about that, you know, I have to warn you guys, as a former cult leader, part of that warms my heart, because the more you create a little insulated little family of people who feel like they belong and they're all part of a club, and, you know, I mean, it's not all about you, but they're all here because of you. Yeah, that's actually really easy to twist into doing whatever I want. But I think I've actually inoculated you guys enough from that, and you guys are pretty good. So I think if I started trying to twist you guys to do everything I want, I think a lot of you would say, fuck you, Thorne. And I'm actually happy about that, because that means that you organically are here because you like what we're doing, not because I've twisted your...
Yeah, that's...
You know what I'm saying?
I fucking love seeing that when people are like, you know, Thorne, I appreciate you, but you're fucking wrong. Like, that's so much healthier than just seeing like, oh yes, Thorne, just... Ugh.
I mean, I hate that, but I do agree with you. I do hate that, but I agree with you. It's better that it's like that.
It's a good hate. This is the duality of existence.
I mean, rudeness will never prosper with me. If you say I disagree with you, but, or one thing I really hate is when people couch nastiness with shit like that. You know, Thorne, you're one of my favorite people, but, and it's like, why do you gotta say that?
You're one of my people. You're one of my favorite people, but I really wouldn't cry if you died in a fire tomorrow. Like,
it's like, why do you gotta even?
Fuck?
Yeah, why are you coming at me like that, bro? If you really care about me, you're not gonna come at me like that. You're just gonna tell me what you think, you know. Like, how often, like, I mean, I know you're full of that West Coast Gemini energy where you're very agreeable and you're often really careful to couch things, but even you don't do that, man. You very rarely go, you know, I love you like a brother, but I like the color blue better. You know, I mean, like you, if you disagree, you just be like, No, you know what? I disagree with you, and it's way more healthy than, you know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I got the Long Island
There's a
qualifiers
fucking
going on.
difference between couching shit and being diplomatic, though.
Exactly.
I think.
Yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of people, they'll take their iron fist and put a velvet glove on it and be like, "Ding! I'm just speaking my opinion." Pop, you know, and they're trying to. It's like passive aggressive, right? And I know you love my butt, jackass. So you haven't seen my butt, but I actually do have a nice butt for a fat guy. I always knew that. Butt was the one thing that the women never complained about, even when I was a chunk fuck. I don't know how. It's not a Santa Claus ass. It's more of a.
Because booty's just good, no matter the size.
Booty just too strong. It's just too strong a booty. I don't agree, but apparently I do have a nice booty, especially when I bend over. No, you know what one of my nicknames in high school was? An ass back gorilla. Because my ass is a little high on my body.
I have to use the bathroom. I'm going to step away in a little bit, but I have to hear this first. It cannot wait.
Yeah,
why?
Because of the dimensions of my body, my butt is a little high. It's not unusually high, but it's a little high appearing. Like I'm not going to say what the old timers called it, but there was a little bit of a racial slur thrown in there for some reason. But I got the booty, and it's not actually that, but I used to be called an ass back gorilla by all my friends, but they wouldn't say it to my face. I'm like, why is that insulting? I like that. Call me an ass back gorilla. I like that because it's like a big
your
strong.
ass so high, your back is just fucking straight. There's no small in the back. It's just where your ass would be.
Now I don't think it's entirely true, but I could get what they're saying when I do, you know. Jackass is loving it. I said that for him mostly, to be brutally honest with you. I was looking forward to the fucking comments from, because Jackass has got a great sense of humor. I love his fucking humor. He's fucking gorillas and fucking peaches and shit. So yeah.
Right. Actually, you know what? Are you down for one more question before
I think so. I think I got about a half hour tops. I think I can, whatever that works into, half hour or less, that's good for me.
Okay, cool. Because I'm going to ask this question, then I'm going to step away for a quick moment.
Oh, fuck. I got to talk by myself? Oh, fuck.
I know. It's a pretty foreign concept on this show. Definitely don't have a co-host who just sits there and nods.
Show us your nipple on the way out.
Oh, I'm going to...
No, don't.
Susan
might be watching.
So, Wyatt Coverdale asks...
Oh, him again?
How do you go about making hexes or spellcraft in general stronger and more effective? I'm perfectly able to cast spells, but they seem to lack potency.
Oof. I mean, are you looking for outcome or for what curses and hexes really, really are good for? Outcomes are important, but you got to ask yourself, why are you doing it? Are you trying to hurt them or feel better? Which is it really? And I ask that because most people don't think about that. Most people, they're in distress and they want to curse or hex somebody. And they think that they're going to feel better by causing them pain. Now, here's the thing. You might not know you caused them any pain. You might not know that they're suffering in any way. You might hit them with a curse, and for all you know, like their mom dies or some shit, and they have a really bad day, and you never hear about it because you're not really close to them or whatever. So you really need to ask yourself, when you're doing these rituals, what is your real deeper intention? The secret to all these magical rituals and things is trying to figure out what your truest, deepest divine will and intent is. So go back to Crowley, do as thou wilt doesn't mean do what you want. It means discover your divine will, discover the will of your higher self, discover the will of your divinity. You are God, so what is your will? And it's not going to be just what you think you want or need or what your ego says is important. It's going to be the thing that's behind all those wants, needs, and things that you think are important. It's something much deeper, more fundamental. It's probably not going to have any words associated with it. It's probably going to be a feeling or just a general gist of what you really want. Okay? And it's going to be something broad brush. It's going to be like fulfillment, peace, justice, big words, words that have broad brush meanings. That's what your higher intention is going to be, always. So, this is why some people think the opposite of this. Some people require their spells to be very literal and specific. I want them to be broad. I don't want to tell people, very nice return, by the way. I don't want to tell people, ever, don't do a ritual for exactly $500. Do a ritual for wealth, prosperity, and abundance. The big words. Use the big words. Don't expect a specific outcome. So you need to identify what your deeper intention is. So why are you hexing this person in the first place? Why are you cursing them in the first place? Is it because you're angry with them, or are you trying to get justice, or are you trying to just cause them pain? If so, why? What is it about that makes you want to do it?
I might have missed some of the nuance of this, but I feel like this is applicable. There's a thing with programming and even with mechanics where the more complicated the system is, the easier it is to hack, if you will. The simpler a thing, the more difficult it becomes. The more that you really dive into the root foundation of what the thing is, the truer it becomes in Magic as well.
Mm-hmm. That and it's just simpler, right? You can direct your energy towards you think you're aiming for a broad thing, but what you're actually doing is you're creating a bigger target, right? So if you're saying, so you're saying, well, mine would be destruction because those things I do curses for to get rid of anything in my way. It isn't the person, it's an entire institution. You're focused too far, in my opinion. If you're having a lack of potency, it's because when I say to aim broad, I don't mean aim at a lot of people or a big target. I'm talking about aim for something that's easy to satisfy, because that's what your intention's really looking for. So everything you just told me is your ego is aiming this externally at a target, when realistically what probably has to change is you. There's something about you that's got to change, or your relationship to the problem has to change, probably. Not always. There's exceptions, plenty of them. If you've got somebody who's abusing you, right, then the problem's not you. You're not going to be better unless the reason you're being abused is because you're there's a difference, because you're 14. So if you've got a parent abusing you, just for example, it's a lot harder to get out of that than if you are maybe 25 and you've got a roommate that's abusing you. Right? You can move out, right? So if you're there and getting abused, it's your own fault if you're putting up with it. Just for example. So ask yourself, is it really because you want to destroy them and their institution and system and this and that, whatever it is? Or would you be equally as happy if you were independent from that person's system or institution? Maybe maybe that institution is only a problem because you won't walk away from it or find an alternative. So, case in point, I'm mad about a lot of things going on right now in the world. I think the majority of you guys know what and agree with why. 80% of you at least share my general perspective on the state of the world and everything going on. So that sometimes the man's too big, to quote the Dire Straits song, one of my favorite fucking songs from Dire Straits. Sometimes the man's too big and the man's too strong. Even for a god, because you need this experience that you're having. So instead of trying to change the world, you've got to change your relationship to it. So, someone heard that I was... So the whole thing going on in Australia, I made a post about how I stand with the people in Australia that had enough with all of the lockdowns and stuff. And someone responded, well, why don't you do spell work for us? And I ignored the comment. And someone posted, thoughts and prayers. I think it was actually Dan R. actually. Thoughts and prayers. I think they knew maybe why I didn't comment. My magic is not going to change your world for you. My magic's going to change my relationship to the world so that I change my perception. and change my perspective. And if I do it right, maybe I'll go into a universe where everything works out the way I want. Yes. But ultimately, I've got to be unattached to the problem. I've got to let go of the specific problem. I've got to let go of my attachment, egoistic attachment to the problem, so that I am free to flow and go where the peace is. So if you're struggling with potency, it's probably because you're expecting an external manifestation. What you really need to look for is an internal one. That's just my guess, because that's usually the problem most people have. People say, well, how can I increase potency? What if I use this crystal? What if I do this ritual? What if I meditate this way? Mechanical operations aren't what magic is. You can't make it stronger by doing more. So I'll give you a good real world example. If I want to break this rock, it's a lot easier to break this rock if I identify a fault, like a crack in its surface, put a very sharp wedge in it, and tap it with a little hammer very gently. It'll split right open. Or I can hit it with a really big sledgehammer and hope. Now, both might work, but which one's easier? Which one takes more energy? Which one takes more effort? If you're trying to strong-arm the universe to give you what you want, you're not going to succeed. Every time that you go against the hardened reality that's there, you're struggling against what you need to experience. You know, like my dad got his leg cut off because of a motorcycle accident. I can't will his leg to just appear back on him again, because that's an experience he and I both needed to have, was that bad experience.
And to piggyback off what you're saying a little bit, is that I think a part of what is necessary sometimes is time. Like, fucking don't expect. Yeah, don't expect
that too.
Like, even though time is an illusion, give it some
and you
time
should give it
actually.
You should give it a timeline. Like, I want it in a month, but it may take 5 months. Be okay with that.
Yeah, but so even if you've done all that zeroing in, and you know, to use the illusion of putting the wedge in the rock, if you want this entire table of dominoes to fall down and you've zeroed in exactly, I need to push this one domino down, that is the one thing, that's the single manifestation that I need, it's still going to take time for that entire table of dominoes to fall.
Yeah, if you're fixated on that final domino, even assuming you can hit the first domino at all, if you're fixated on that final domino, it's going to feel like nothing's happening. Because you don't see, like, maybe you tap the domino over here, and it's got to go all the way around the world before it gets to your final domino. I mean, that can be it too, for sure. But get away from the idea of changing things. When I say changing things, like changing them externally, like they're literally real. There is no spoon. If there is no spoon, there's no one to curse, and there's no one that can do the curse either. This person you think you are doesn't exist, and the person you're trying to curse, or the system you're trying to curse, also doesn't exist. And CM Hellnikainen's pretty close to what I would say, because Wyatt says, I guess the goal of the game is to avoid playing, or something similar, and CM says, the goal is to play, not break it. And I mostly agree with that. I strongly mostly agree with that, because you're here to play the game. That means you lose sometimes. It's not a game if you can't lose. It might be play, but it's not the same thing.
Wyatt says, or cheat.
But it's not a game then. Like when you're playing G.I. Joe with your little action figures, you can never lose, can you? Can you lose when you're playing that game?
Oh, you didn't hit me because I put up a force field.
Let's say you're playing by yourself. Can Cobra ever beat Joe? Can Joe ever beat Cobra? Well, wait a minute. Yes, they can. But can you ever lose? No. You can never lose the great game. But the characters in it must lose sometimes. So sometimes, Snake Eyes has to lose to Storm Shadow in order for Storm Shadow's victory to have meaning. So you've got to sometimes be crushed. Even as a god, you've got to be crushed so that your victories will have meaning. And the greatest victory of all is not getting what you want as an ego, but no longer having a need to want anything because you're totally at peace with what is. There is no greater victory than that.
It's that whole part of the hero's journey where you need to experience, the collapse. You need to experience the tower before you re-enter the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that tower is one of the most important cards. The death card, all these negative cards are very important. If you approach the tower card as an opportunity to find out what your weaknesses are and to roll with them and learn to be strong from them, you're doing better. I'm not saying I do that every time. Remember, this is guidelines, not do as I say, not as I do, basically, because no one is perfect in this regard. But yeah, you're 14, man. You got a whole world coming ahead of you. Hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe you die in a fire next year. Hope you don't. But maybe you do. Well, I hope, and I doubt this will happen because that sounds like a horrible way to go, but I hope for my case, if that ever happened to me, I hope that I'm at peace in the last moments. Even with the pain and agony. I hope that I'm at peace. And just going, well, this is how it's going to be. I can't wait to see what comes next. Sucks I got to go this way, but whatever. I hope I'm at peace with it. And people go, well, Thorne, you're some kind of left-hand path God type of guy. That'll never happen. Of course it could happen. Of course, that might be what I have planned for myself. And I just don't know it yet. I'm okay with that. See, he always finds ways to laugh when I say, he's like, hope you don't die, ha ha ha. I mean that sincerely. I know how that weird. I guess I'm definitely on the not sociopath but psychotic spectrum. Absolutely, I'm definitely a psychopath on some level. I care more about animals than people, which is actually unusual for psychopath. Actually, so I don't know what I am.
Oh my God, man, that line right there is going to get clipped into some type of out of context montage. Like, I'm definitely a little bit of a psychopath. Just cut to like the most horrible out of context
BBC article.
Shit.
Yeah, the BBC is going to catch me later on when I'm as big as EA and do a hit piece on me. Like, he says he's a psychopath. Actually, that's just my form of humility speaking. Whatever that means is I'm being honest about what I wonder about myself.
This man is encouraging people to jump off of buildings and
die in fires.
With the hope that they might fly and continue life in a different realm. That's not even what I said.
Wyatt, the fire may even be preferable sometimes. Yes. I know that sounds crazy, but one of the secrets, if I sound wise to any of you, if you guys are here because not just because I'm a ranty fucker and I'm fun and entertaining, if you guys think I'm wise at all, the one reason that I might seem that way is because I've practiced something that I call inversion. I don't know if there's a word for it. I don't know if there's a philosophy for it. I call it inversion. And what I do is I like to invert ontologies, invert expectations, invert things, and see if there's something hidden there that's secretly wiser than the normal way of thinking about it. So, for example, instead of seeing it as if you're walking around the planet, realize that the planet is moving below you. Well, that's basically what Einstein did. Einstein realized that you don't actually fall. Like if you jump out of an airplane, you don't fall to the earth rushes up to meet you from your frame of reference. And in physics, that's 100% accurate. To an outside observer, you're falling to your death, but to your experience, the world is coming up to hit you. That is irrefutably in Einstein's laws of relativity. Irrefutable. So I've learned along the way to practice what I call inversion. That means you take something, I don't mean you just be contrarian to it, I mean you explore it from the inverse. Is there a bright side to dying in a fire? Is there a bright side to death? Is there a bright side to the most negative thing you can imagine? Could there be a bright side? Not just a bright side. What does it even mean to have a bright side? So you invert all of these questions. Because my thing is this, if you fear the fire, it's really going to hurt when it happens. If you've already accepted that it's an inevitable possibility and you're comfortable with the fact that it's going to hurt like a bitch, it's going to hurt a little bit less, isn't it? We build up pain in our heads preliminary to it happening more than... So it's kind of like, have you ever gotten, like, I don't know, I'm not a pussy about getting a shot, so this doesn't count for me, but somebody who's like a pussy about getting an injection. Sometimes they just want it, or like getting a Band-Aid ripped off or something. They want it to just happen. Like if you sit there watching it going, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, it's going to hurt a lot more. And then you just go boop, and you don't even look at it. They always tell you don't look at it.
Yeah,
I want you to be surprised.
Yeah, second last shot I got, I literally fainted because I worked myself up too much over it, and yeah.
Yeah. So there's ways to deal with it, which is either surprise and shock or acclimating and recognizing that it's gonna happen, and to not to anticipate it too much. Tatum says, when you're dealing with daily doses of poison, pretty soon won't affect you anymore. Now, there's an exception though. You can traumatize yourself gradually over time too, that's anxiety. So if you're constantly ideating about your death, eventually there's only two things that can happen. You're either going to become acclimated to it or you're traumatized by it. So you've still got to be sensitive to yourself. You know what I mean? You can't just for the sake of abusing yourself, abuse yourself. This is why those death meditations in my last, the email I did, the content email where I was actually giving content to people where so we had that one article about walking widdershins, and then we had my article about the death meditation. You can overdo that and become, traumatized and have anxiety instead. But if you're doing it properly, you're desensitizing. You're accepting that it's gonna happen, and you're facing it before it happens. It's kind of like when a doctor tells you, okay, we're going to do this surgery where literally the only, like, let's say you got somebody getting like knee replacement surgery or something. They're going to tell you, if they're a good doctor, to tell you that at some point during this process, the only thing that your leg is basically amputated and it's just held on to you by a little narrow sliver of flesh and nerves, because the bones are going to be all completely disjointed and it's literally just a little flap of flesh holding your leg together. And then we're going to put it all back together. They're going to tell you the nitty gritty so that you know what they're going to do. This way you have time to process that shit, so that when they're doing it, even if you're unconscious anyway, when it's done, you don't go, wait, what? You need to know. Knowing is always going to help you.
You're getting a glimpse of the reality that you're walking into so that you're prepared for it, rather than just like, oh, okay, I want to go back. Return to monkey, please.
It's like, if I'm going to die in a fire, I want there to be somebody go, this is going to fucking hurt a lot. Are you ready? I'd rather have that than this ain't going to hurt at all. You're going to be fine. Don't blow smoke up my ass. Tell me it's going to fucking hurt so I can prepare for it. Right?
Yeah, I would always rather have that than somebody who's just like, you're doing perfect, you're a champion, you're unbeatable. Like, motherfucker, I don't feel like it right now. Just tell me I'm doing shit.
Yeah. And Wyatt asks, so which would you rather prefer, Thorne? An extra 60 to 80 years of having to deal with crap by desensitizing yourself to it, or death? It seems like both are equals now that I think of it. Of course they're equals. Okay. Let's untangle a quick misunderstanding everybody has for a long time in their life. Very few people really understand this. There's plenty that do, but very few people you're going to come across understand this. Life is not the opposite of death. I want everybody listening to me right now, like Tatum the other day, about a month ago, I gave her like something to like write down and remind herself of. This is like this. Write this down. Everybody here, write it down, put it on your phone, put it in something, write it down and remember it. And I want you to meditate it all the time. Meditate on it. Life is not the opposite of death. Death is the opposite of birth. And when I say it's the opposite of birth, I don't mean in maybe the way you think. I mean it like you're flipping a coin. They're opposite sides of the same coin. It's a back and a front, and every back has a front, and every front has a back. You think that death is an end. Well, yes, death is an end, but so is birth. Birth is also an end. They're both a complete ending of what was before. Both of them are equal. Birth and death are opposite and the same. Opposite sides of the same coin.
Got it jotted down right there.
So yeah, just the basic part. Death is not the opposite of life, it's the opposite of birth. Now that which
cannot die may forever lie. And in strange aeons, death may die. Yeah, I got it close. I fumbled my way.
Only that which has been born can die. Put it that way. So that
where were those crickets? We needed them. We needed those fucking New York crickets right there.
And Mobius says he loves you putting his note, and I didn't get that from me. I didn't make that up. That's an ancient, traditional, mystical, half a dozen traditions that aren't even non-dualist agree with it, but it's a very non-dualist Zen, Hindu. That is a very ancient saying. Death is not the opposite of life. That is one of the biggest self-deceptions that everybody's got going for themselves. When you figure out why, your mind gets blown and you don't go back. That doesn't mean you don't get out of the way of an oncoming train. That doesn't mean that you don't try to survive.
Because you can still be tied to this existence.
You can still enjoy this life, and you're here to keep it going until you know it's time not to. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Because I fully expect, I've often thought that I can't imagine death happening and me not being in control of when. I know that doesn't make sense because that's obviously, not true. But I have this deep intuitive understanding that when it's my time, I'll probably know. That doesn't mean there can't be a fluke where a comet hits me on the head and I die out of a clear blue sky, get struck by lightning or whatever. But I think everybody feels that way till it happens, I guess.
I think you're right. Maybe it's a self-defense mechanism or something.
But a part of me feels like I can't imagine life being taken away, because life can't be taken away. Life is not the opposite of death. Death is not the opposite of life. I feel like my body can be taken away, but I don't feel like my life can be taken away. And I often wonder, because most of the people in my family, at least on my father's side, live into their late 80s, early 90s, sometimes even longer. Now, my wife is 6 years younger than me. So theoretically, if I keep up with the life expectancy of people in my family, and she keeps up with the one in her family, we'll probably die closer together than normally would be expected. But I often wonder, would I want to live? Like I've thought about, what if you were like a real vampire that could live forever? That sounds horrible. That sounds like one of the most horrible things I can imagine.
I wanted to fight. I want to beat the main quest line at some point. I want to see the end and move on to the next thing. Fuck.
That, and let's put it this way. The first horror is everybody that you've ever known or loved will die around you and you won't be with them. That's number one. You're going to see everybody die. Now, you could get over that. You could learn to live with that, right? You could learn to just not get close to people. That's what most of the vampire movies are like. And you end up sticking to your own kind with other immortals. But what ends up happening is people change, even vampires, though they change slowly, and so you don't want to be around them forever. You stop being friends with them. That's the Louis and Lestat type of thing, right? You become enemies after a while. You get
or
toxic.
they become antediluvian and you become a snack.
Right, basically. So, but that's just one part of it. Depending upon how old you are right now. So if you're like in your 40s or 50s, the idea of being 2 years old is a mystery to you. You might have a few flashes of memory. 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, same thing. Teenage years, mostly the same thing. 20 years old, mostly the same. 30 years old is a little bit better. Those people are dead. And you realize that you've forgotten most of it. But just how much memory do you think you got in your head? How many millennia can you go through making your bed and washing your armpits and brushing your teeth and doing all the basic mundane shit of life? How many thousands of years could you do that before it would become a living hell to even breathe? The monotony of doing life as it is and remembering every moment of it. So what makes life interesting is novelty, forgetting and experiencing. Like there's movies that I forgot I saw. I think it was Night and Day. I saw it a bunch of times and I forgot that I saw it. And you know, it was better when I forgot that I saw it. And I'm like, I know I saw this, but I have no idea what happened. So it was better when I watched it. Most people can't watch the same movie over and over and over again. They get sick of it. So imagine you're 5,000 years old. You've done pretty much everything. You've got a memory of most things. Nothing is novel under the sun. Whew. And you've only just got started. Because if science is right, the universe has several trillion more years to go. You're not even a percentage point on the way to the blowing up of the sun.
I don't like that metric.
This is why the non-dual divinity that you are has blessed you with the experience of death. If you sit and meditate for a moment, and I mean meditate like go into your space, sit, get your lotus going, whatever is comfortable, sit like this, put your binaural beats on and empty your brain, and then start imagining eternity and what that would be like. If you don't get a little panic attack, I think there's something wrong with you. If your thought is, wow, that sounds great. Yes, it would be great to see a lot of things. Yes, don't get me wrong. There's definitely a silver lining to that cloud. But if you don't get at least a little bit of a panic attack, like, that's too much. Like, I feel like I need to forget something now. Like, the irony will eventually hit you that, like, wait a minute. Living forever doesn't sound as good as I thought. Death is actually a blessed release that happens. It doesn't, it's very counterintuitive. Dorian says the Count of Saint Germain enters the chat. Yeah, exactly.
I'm listening to the Kilimanjaro Dark Jazz Ensemble in the background, and I want you to know that it all lined up perfectly where you're just saying, fuck, I'm paraphrasing because I already fucking forgot. Just, if you don't have an existential crisis, there must be something wrong with you. As a cacophony of discordant horns sounded.
That's basically an Alan Watts chill step. Somebody needs to do a chill step with me of my voice. I'm going to have to commission somebody.
Oh, fuck it, throw it my way. I'm planning it already anyways.
Well, because Alan, you know, that's one of the things I love about Alan Watts are those chill step things. I've got to maybe I'll do a really focused lecture and I'll have you chill step me.
Yeah, that's I feel like that's how most people get their Alan Watts, and
that's the best way.
I find it funny too when I asked you of like, so how do I start getting into Alan Watts? Like, what's the best way to listen to him?
I think he'd agree.
Yeah, you're just like, yeah, chill step, dude. Alan Watch is sitting over here smoking a fucking cigar, just like, yeah, listen to the chill step, man.
I think he would. I think he would. First of all, I think that he would love those. I think he would love them to death. I think he'd hate the way. I think he would be very pissed off at the world, but I think he would be very, very pissed off in a very accepting way. Like, you fucking fools. And I think, I don't know if he'd like our channel. Maybe he'd love it. Maybe he'd hate it. Maybe he'd have a lot of shit to say. I think he'd be like, you got too much going on in your head. And maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. He'd probably have a lot of rebuking to do around here.
I think as long as we get some kind of reaction out of him, it will be good. I think the most horrible thing would be to have no reaction, to be completely forgettable.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, do you know about Take the Money and Run? That recent fucking art exhibit bullshit?
Oh, it was almost okay. So I know what it is you're talking about, because I'm gonna reference the thing that's comparable. It's that guy who did the invisible sculpture. So just like that, it's like that. But the guy, yeah, they paid him what, 87,000, and he took the money and then didn't do anything, and then he called that the art. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and I fucking love that, because really, art is supposed to change your perspective about the world, let you see from somebody else's lens. Like, it's supposed to move you in some way. If you did not achieve that, I don't care how much effort you put in mentally, physically, if it doesn't elicit some type of reaction out of people, change and enrich their lives, then you failed as an artist. And I will never fucking forget Take the Money and Run. Like, they may not have got what they thought they were, but my God, did that man deliver fucking art, and I fucking tip my hat to him.
I mean,
it's beautiful.
King Zagan admires this person. We'll put it that way. But I mean, I wouldn't do it. But you know, I mean, to me, it's a meme. It's like, people have said someone someday is going to do that, and someone finally did, and it's like, yeah, well, fuck it. I guess we're here now. We've arrived. This is the postmodern world that we're in. That's reality now. No, it's pretty funny. I mean, I don't know. Beyond that, is it art? I think that some people would say yes, and they'd be right. I think some people would say no, and they'd be right too.
It's all about the lens. All I know is that my lens is correct, everybody else's is wrong.
Yeah. Western Gnosis has problems with Christians, I guess. I don't know. I mean, what do we do about the Christians? What do you want to do? You want to round them up? You want to get rid of them? The best thing you can do about the Christians is just ignore, for the most part. I mean, we're not an enemy to any faith unless they come to us with aggression. So
turn the Christians' own thing back on them by turning the other cheek.
I mean, you cannot deny that Christianity has been under attack by the world, and rightly so in most ways, by the way. So don't misread me. But they've been under attack, and they're not wrong when they say that they are being singled out and attacked by various groups in the world. And it's reached a point where I am not okay with anybody being attacked for their belief. I'm just not. That means Christians, Muslims, gay people, straight people, secular people. Doesn't matter. I know the gay is not, I'm just saying. I'm not okay with people being attacked for their beliefs. I don't want to be attacked by your beliefs or their beliefs either. So there is a world where we can all live and let live. We can do that. Everyone's got to be willing to do it. Now, Christian aggression, I mean, that's a kettle of fish, because it's definitely a thing, but it's also definitely a thing that if I had to choose, between a bunch of Bible thumpers saying that I'm an evil Satanist for what I'm talking about, and a bunch of people who would agree with what I'm talking about, but they want to censor me online because I said COVID, I'm going to pick the Christians. I got to tell you. And I've got this one guy, he got mad at me because I was slightly defensive for Christians as someone who's on the left-hand path, as a Luciferian. They were saying, how dare you, Satan wants to eat your brains. You know, they were just fucking crazy as fuck. Tribalistic bullshit.
Oh, fucking absolutely. So I want to say sorry if you hear screaming. I'm pretty sure my neighbor fucking sucks at Overwatch and is taking it out with the Scream Fest right now that might come through the walls.
That makes it more fun.
Shut the
So,
fuck
I mean,
up.
you know, I'm not trying to defend Christianity as a religion. I don't practice any religion. And I think that if we play tribalistic games and think of Christians as our enemy in totality like that, then we're no better than that. If people want me to make Christianity my enemy, then those people who want that are my enemy. Not because I favor Christians, but because when that worm turns, it's going to turn on me too. Because the people that are attacking Christianity will attack us too. They're attacking Christianity for a reason. It has nothing to do with Christianity. The only religion that they want is a state religion. Religion in the state is God. That's what they want. It's the only reason they're attacking. They use Christianity as the state until the last 100 years or so. Christians are... There's a lot of nice Christians. You know how many friends I have that are Christians that don't care what I do?
I'm sure you have a lot, because some of the chillest people I've met are fucking Christian. It's like, I don't care what you do. This is what I do. And they're just not assholes about it. We can have a happy conversation, completely disagree, and walk away happy.
And some are exactly the opposite. Like I don't really see this need, and I don't even know if this person's here anymore. They got real quiet, so maybe they got annoyed because of the way my answer was, or maybe they're just listening. Either way, that's fine. I refuse to get involved in your fucking wars of my Sky Daddy is bigger than your Sky Daddy. I refuse to play that game. That means if you want me to attack the Christians, I won't. That means if you want to attack me as a Christian, I'm going to strike back or just be like, fuck you, I'm not playing. When Christians come here, I don't get all argumentative with them. I'll debate them, I'll discuss with them, but I'm not going to call them... Look, I think their religion, the Christian religion, is mostly bullshit. But there's a lot of good stuff hidden in there if you know how to read it. This is why Eddie Romanov and some other people, they're former this and that. They know a lot about the religion, and they'll be the first to tell you the religion's bullshit, but hidden within that religion is a lot of scary truth about spirituality in general. You just have to learn how to read it through a different lens. You have to learn to read through the propaganda that's meant to enslave you and see what it's based on. When you find that, you go, oh, wait a minute, this is what it's actually saying.
It's like that thing you've said before about the Bible being just a bunch of hidden truths.
Mm-hmm. It's perverted truths. Like it's like there's like Saturn says, Bible has tons of allegorical facts. Absolutely. In fact, you can actually interpret Christianity through a non-dual lens, and it makes a lot more sense. If you see yourself, your true self, as God, if you see God as your higher self, not as an externalized deity that is punishing you and judging you, but as your true self, things make a little bit more sense. At least the Old Testament makes a little bit more sense, and the New Testament in particular makes a fuck ton of sense.
I don't know why the fuck I turned Job's wife into a fucking pillar of salt, dude.
Job's wife, but yes. The New Testament in particular is all about, what does forgiveness mean? It means actually not that God's forgiving you. So, I mean, there's so much here I'd have to unpack for a little while, but I'll try to short version it. Jesus is metaphorically you. So the way to the Father is through the Son. That means that you've got to recognize that you are the living embodiment of God. So you've got to forgive yourself of your sins and, of course, take actions that are better. Right? So if you recognize, hey, I'm doing this and I'm ashamed of it. So what do you got to do? You got to change that. But the only way to change that is to forgive yourself. This is why, like, when I get somebody here who's like in private consults that are like, I'm having a lot of problems with my addiction. You go, okay, well, start by accepting it. I don't mean like go do it twice necessarily, but don't punish yourself over it. Don't beat yourself up. Forgive yourself for it. Accept that it's who you are and it's okay. So if you are God, then the only reason you're going to hell is because you're sending yourself there because you hate yourself, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So if you want to go to the kingdom of heaven, you've got to redeem yourself. Maybe that's something complicated for you. Maybe that's something as simple as just letting go. And yes, it is Lot's wife, by the way, not Job's wife. Well, Job's wife too, because Job's wife gets fucked up. Because Lot's wife gets turned to pillar soft. Job's wife gets his whole family gets crushed in it. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I forget the whole thing. Fuck it.
I never read the Bible. I got more important things to read, like MLP fan fiction.
I think everybody should. I think not everybody. It's not really for. I mean, it's like, what am I going to say too? Read the Quran. I think, but if you got time, read that too. Read them all. I mean, how can you tell me you know if you haven't really tested everything? So I know I speak very defensively for Christians because I see the disingenuous attack in both directions, we'll say.
It's like the attack itself isn't unwarranted. It's the spirit and root of where it's coming from.
And how it persists.
Unfounded.
And how it persists. The Christians don't rule this country the way they used to. Okay? One thing I will say is, when you push an animal into a corner, it gets more dangerous. And Christians were content with being a silent majority, if you will, for a while. But they're starting to feel like, and rightfully so, that not only their belief, but also the system of government and society that everyone benefits from, but that they identify with, is under attack. So you're actually, what you're going to see as time progresses, the other side, the MAGA side, the whatever side you want to call it, they're going to resort to the tradition that served them. This is why. So look at what happens in the Middle East, right? You have the U.S. destabilizes it with economics and favoritism and whatever. And those countries that get bitched the fuck out, they become incredibly what? Fundamentalist as a result. Because fundamentalism, traditional values, are a pillar of strength for any culture. Which is why they're always one of the first things to be attacked by a subversive force. This is why Christianity was attacked by secularism, Satanism, all of this other stuff, because it was a pillar of our culture. And it had to be eroded so that everything else could be eroded. I know people don't like to hear that. It's very political sounding, but do your research. That's actually what's happened. So we see a lot of destabilization in this country. So the other side, anybody who's opposing this destabilization is now going to push really strongly for those conservative values to take root again. They're going to really cling to them more rather than less. So yes, they're getting more aggressive because their way of life is under assault, and that represents a stabilizer. So quite honestly, if you want them to be less aggressive, stop attacking the very roots of the fundamental culture. That doesn't mean that we can't have, say, a libertarian or liberal in that sense progression where, you know what, we're not treating people with different sexuality as subhuman and all of this other stuff. We can fix those problems without alienating everybody. Like, we can all coexist. I hate to use the bumper sticker. I hate that bumper sticker, but it's not wrong. We really can. It is possible. We don't have to kill everybody off, you know. We don't have to round everybody up and put them into gulags and shit. So instead of, I mean, I hate to say it again, I feel like we've reached the point where you know it's really bad when the Luciferian and left-hand path black magic guy says we need some peace and love now. Like we need to hug it out a little bit. Okay? Because here's the deal. If we don't respect the religious beliefs of even Christians, how dare we expect our beliefs to be respected when push comes to shove? You know when shit's going to be real is if the Satanic Temple ever goes and defends a Christian. That may happen someday. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But if they are sincere in what they preach, then someday even the Satanic Temple will defend a Christian. It could happen. I'll find that day hilarious if that ever happens, by the way. Religious freedom is freedom for all, period. And so I'm not an enemy of any religion. I disagree very strongly with the Christian religion. And Blade and Cloak is right. Christianity relies very much on indoctrination from childhood, but so does everybody. You know, one man's indoctrinations is another person's just teaching the truth. So which is it? You know, one of the reasons why our economy has been smacked in the tits and the balls so hard so that you have to have 2 working adults in the family. Do you know why one of the reasons that is? It's so that the state can get a hold of your kids at a younger and younger age. That's not my opinion. There's no other excuse for it. By making the economy so, you know, because once upon a time you only needed 1 adult working. Now I don't care whether that's the guy or the girl. Like, to me, that's the old-fashioned wrongness, is that it's got to be, you know, the guy that does it or something. Like, that's absurd, right? But there's nothing wrong with a system where the economy is strong enough so that 1 parent or 1 adult can work and that's sufficient. Well, that started to be undone because, number one, the ruling class makes more money if 2 people are working. Period. That's a fact. There's way more consumers, way more money flowing around, so they win. So yes, that's one incentive, yes. But one of the reasons also is if both parents are working, there's nobody to raise the children. Nobody to homeschool, nobody to raise them as they're growing up in the early stages. So parents drop their kids off at nursery school at what, 1 year old now? That means that you can acclimatize children to being taught by something other than a traditional system. You're actually making a state or other group the surrogate parent for the child. So the children become more accustomed to that. The family unit breaks down, the whole works. I know that that's taboo for some of you guys to hear because it sounds like but if you do your research, it's not wrong.
It definitely sounds like, to go back to my earlier metric, it sounds a little bit more Alex Jones than Joe Rogan, for certain.
But Joe Rogan's coming around on that.
I got the documents right here.
Jamie, pull up those documents. Thank you, Jamie.
But then the old-fashioned way was that, oh, 2 guys can't raise a kid. No, my view is, no, fuck it. 2 guys can raise a kid, fucking do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I don't have a dog in that hunt. I think that was the mistake. But the idea of a family unit, whether it's 2 guys, 2 girls, male and a woman, nuclear family, whatever, is on the ropes. It's almost gone. It probably will never go all the way away, but it's on its way. In the end, people have got to look past this desire, I think, to number one, save everybody, Like CM saying, so we have to have paid maternity leave. If a company wants to do that, it would attract certain people to work for them. But it's not really realistic to expect it. Is it nice? Sure. If somebody wants to offer it, that'd be a great incentive to have good employees. Sure. Sure, make that available. No problem. You want to know how you make that happen, actually? By making it so that only one person in the family says, fuck it, I'm going to work. There's less people to work, which means it becomes more of a worker's market and not an employer's market. Supply and demand says when there's a gluttony, when there's a glut or an overflow of workers, that means there has to be more jobs. And if there's not enough jobs to go around, it becomes what? An employer's market, because they get to say who they hire or not. That means they don't have to incentivize you to work for them. So if we repair the system the way it was, I'm not saying we could, I don't think we can anymore, but if we could, you'd reach a point where there's more jobs than there are people. So that means the employers have to sweeten the deal. And one of the ways they could sweeten the deal is exactly what you're suggesting. Absolutely. Hey, paid maternity leave for both paid maternal and paternal leave for however long and blah, 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 blah. Hey, it could happen. It could. I don't think it would happen at Burger King, but it could happen. Absolutely could happen.
Yeah, sorry, Blade and Cloak. They're not getting any better at Overwatch. And I hate to do this. I got to throw in the towel real soon because I'm actively nodding off.
And we're twisting in the direction of conversation that you hate. Although I think it's been fair. I don't think it's been the stuff that you totally hate.
And it's not even that. It's just the frickin' yerba mate is starting to fail, and I'm sure anybody looking at my camera could tell I'm fucking getting there. My bedtime was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, we're definitely we're on the 4 hour mark. We're longer than usual. So, this just reminds me what I really need to do is I might start streaming on another platform so I can have political streams and just be me, and maybe put them on Discord. BitChute like I used to do. Because politics and social stuff is big on my mind lately. And, not that I want to make my shtick political commentary, but people are giving me love and comments for what I'm saying here. So, you people want to hear this stuff because it's big on the news and on the radar right now. Look, this time last year, nobody wanted to hear about this shit, right? Not even people who agree with me. People are like, no, please just talk about Magic. Now everyone goes, oh, wait a minute. I think Alex Jones' nickel jar just got full again. And people suddenly want to talk about this stuff a lot, me included. So for those of you who are still here, I appreciate you. For that person asking about the Christian question, I don't see them. They must have fled. If they didn't flee, I apologize for taking it that way. But they must have fled. I don't think they appreciated my opinion. But if you are still here, thank you for still being here. For everybody else, Amobius, brother, love seeing you, man. Dorian, love seeing you. CM Helnikanian, Harden, Blade and Cloak, Jojo Blair, Saturn 555, relative newcomer, Tatum, the love of Inanna, love Inanna, Dan R, James Jones. Trying to see who else I recognize or have seen a bunch of. Wyatt, I think Wyatt went to bed. Dan Best.
Yep.
Everybody here is regulars right now. I don't see anybody really that I haven't seen before.
Wysol's wisdom just coming in right as we're ending.
Oh,
those time zones.
Wysol, I'm so sorry, brother or sister. I can't tell, but whatever you are, I appreciate you coming in late. Appreciate you. That's the thing with you guys being in the UK and me being in New York, the New York, and you're in the old York potentially. I do apologize for being a dirty Yank that sleeps when you guys are awake. But thank you so much for coming here. We're closing up right now, though. So last call. Everybody get your drinks on, and we'll check you guys next week. And what day of the week is Halloween this year, Fleshy? Is it?
I'm pretty sure it's on a Sunday. Let me look it up. I
Yeah, it's
checked
on a
a
Sunday.
while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Sunday.
So I guess we'll dress up for the Thursday before that. I got preliminary costume plans. So
Yeah, I was thinking of I've been really heavily leaning towards something sci-fi with my costume. Maybe because I'm in that cyberpunk mood.
I mean,
but
you're already there, dude. I mean, I advertise you now as like the retro wave synth guy now. Like that's
But I'll say my costume is something that most people will recognize if it ends up being what I'm thinking, but they won't expect it from me. Very
See, I would have expected it, so you said I wouldn't expect it. Now I have no idea.
Yeah. Maybe the expected part is that it will be unexpected.
I don't know. I'm not
Fucking
that kind of mind reader.
now I have to do it.
Yeah, I'm not that kind of mind reader. Yeah. Mine's going to be very simple compared to last year. Last year I went pretty crazy. This year it's going to be very simple. So
Yeah, last year I gave myself fucking paint fume high getting my costume ready.
yeah, this year mine's probably going to be. I think it's going to be a little disappointingly simple, but whatever. Whatever. So, all right, guys. So let's do the wrap up. If you guys are still here and you haven't paid me money already, I would really appreciate it if you if you check out the link in the description. Probably the coolest thing you can do right now is subscribe to my mailing list. I didn't put one out yet this week because I didn't have any new content to really show off. So there'll probably be one next week because I skipped doing a video this week because it was my wife and I anniversary and reasons upon reasons upon reasons. So I didn't put out a video this week so far. Hopefully next week there will be one. Not even next week, probably by this weekend. So sign up for that newsletter. It's really cool because pretty much weekly or bi-weekly I am doing a digest where anything that I did on YouTube or anything that's interesting that I might have posted somewhere, I put in there. And then once a month or once every 2 months, I mean, I can't promise it's every month because it's not a paid thing. Once every month, I have articles that I'm putting in there from people in the community. So last one was pretty good. We only had one contributor, but we definitely got another one coming this week or next week, whatever it is, the beginning of October, it'll come out. Probably like October 13th at the latest. Maybe for the 13th is the day I do these. So hopefully, if you guys want to contribute to that email, think of it like an e-zine, you can do so. You can email me at the email address that is listed on the Linktree link there, and you can let me know if you want to write something. It's got to be around 500 to 1,000 words, and if it's a good article, I'll include it. If not, we'll just skip you. And you get to promote yourself in it, of course, if I like it. So that's an option for everybody. That could be CM, that could be Tatum, that could be anybody. You don't have to be a big major, writer. If you just got an interesting thing you want to say, an interesting story or an interesting thing that you think would be useful, let me know. I'll put it in there. It might get you some attention. So that's the big thing right now is that newsletter. And the reason why that newsletter is important, though, is because Facebook sucks, Twitter sucks, even YouTube sucks. Everybody sucks right now, and the ones that don't suck aren't big enough to get any attention on. So in order for me to really justify doing all this, I've got to make sure that you guys actually get access to my content, because since I started doing the newsletter, I've seen a major jump in how many people come watch my streams, especially. Better attendance, and people are more up to speed on when I'm doing things, because the notification system of Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube sucks. It really just sucks because they algorithmically throttle people like me now, because I occasionally hit political topics, because I occasionally talk about controversial stuff. They algorithmically throttle me. So, and if I'm not that interesting for a couple of weeks, it really hurts, because it's not just low interest. It's they make sure I don't jump to the front of the list. So subscribe to that newsletter. And otherwise, whatever way you want to support me, just like, share, and subscribe, or join my Patreon. There's a bunch of different ways. Buy my books, or hell, fuck it, just leave me some hate mail. That boosts my algorithmic standing anyway. So that's about it. What do you think, Fleshy?
I think that's a wrap.
Whew, my throat hurts.
Mine does too, but for different reasons. Just mind the shadows. Tell your
Good night,
friends, warn
everybody.
your enemies.
I can't.
And don't take
I
yourself
just
more
can't.
seriously than your enemies do.
Oh man, they take me too seriously, I swear.